explain what a landline is. It's a phone connected by wire to a pole, okay? Yeah, it's not where a lot of people are. And so it's skewed anyway, but he beat out, not this guy. This guy is an unknown. He promised today that he's going to declare either by September that he'll run or not. No one quite knows. He's a physician by training and the mayor of Taipei. You recognize one of these people, okay? This is in Wisconsin, where they both pretended to do some work with gold shovels, right? And so no one quite knows how rich Trump is, but everybody does know this guy's fantastically rich, Taiwan's richest man, the Foxconn founder. And he ran against Han Kuo-yu for the nomination of the Kuomintang, the Nationalist Party. He lost. He's rich enough, we don't know if he's angry enough, to run as an independent. So stay tuned. That vote is in January. But just to suggest how different Taiwan is from the mainland, look at this. Whose flags are those? Those are the PRC flags. But where is this? In Taipei, the capital of Taiwan. And you have posters showing Sun Yat-sen, really the only person who's a hero on both sides of the straits, and Xi Jinping. Okay, our next speaker has arrived, so I need to move forward. I'll be back in San Francisco next week. You're welcome to join. This information's available. Ruby's got it. Just very quickly, what's this? I told you it was a test. Meat? What? Mint. Actually, rencheng ginseng. Ginseng. This is wild. And yesterday, Mark Henderson made reference to U.S. China trade going back a couple centuries. This is the Empress of China, the ship that made this long journey. And the Chinese, Americans don't remember it, but the Chinese do. They issued a coin to commemorate it. And that ship carried 60,000 pounds of ginseng. And it returned with Nanking trousers. It's okay, I don't know what they are either. This is what they are. It's a kind of fabric produced in China, okay? And 800 chests of tea plus porcelain. So you can see what was bought and sold and all of this trade. And then we started ordering up this kind of porcelain product. And one of our speakers today is an expert on the area which produced a lot of that stuff. Well, we still produce ginseng. And here we've got a company that's only accepting orders from the United States. Why? It's too complicated to send it to China now. But the Wisconsin Ginseng Board, who knew? Who knew? Is growing ginseng with love. And they produce 10% of the world's supply. Okay. I need somebody to tap the video. Stephanie, if you would. Oh, back. Just on the video, the black box there.
Thank you, Mike. And you know, Mike, it is true that as I walked through the halls, we saw so many great companies, but the gentleman who was in charge of Omaha Beef, they do beef, he hugged me. He wanted to kiss me so badly because he said, our business is a whole different business now because you got China approved. The other administrations couldn't even come close. And I told him, you know how long it took? One sentence. I said, President Xi, we'd love to sell beef back in China again. He said, you can do that. That was the end of that, right? Sonny, the great Sonny Perdue. So it's been really a pleasure.
We can stop.
We want to build, create, and grow more products in our country using American.
The point here is, this is July 2 years ago, and of course the trade situation's gotten a whole lot worse. Okay? Mark highlighted these key connections. He demonstrated how you can use the mapping technology to look at all kinds of things. How China is changing physically, right? Less land, all these kinds of things. So we can look at those things. Now, I thought that this presentation on addressing a migrant health issue was fantastic. And my takeaways consisted of the revolutionary idea that policymakers, before they issue policies, should do what? Listen, ask, talk to these folks who are going to be affected. You might come up with a different policy and that policy might be more effective. That's the key. And that process continues. You have this feedback loop. And they emphasized the process. They emphasize the engagement. And that is why they are more effective in this limited area than other programs much better funded, okay, which have a top-down approach. And they demonstrated this wellness guide and things like that. I have to wrap up, but let me just highlight this millennial population. Someday we have to just talk about millennials. Some of you are millennials. You should tell me about millennials, right? But it's a big issue. Could we play this video very... Yeah, all the Chinese know.
我最近越来越觉得女人真是不好做。比如说，如果女人爱打扮，就会被人说捯饬的那么好看，想去勾引谁呀？可是如果女人不爱打扮，又要被人说出门也不知道打扮打扮，你还是个女的吗？你听好，我高兴了就打扮，我不高兴我就不打扮，你管得着吗？滚！还有，女人如果说话嗲一点就要被人骂狐狸精，可是如果说话冷一点也要被人骂装什么。
So, could you teach Chinese with this? Not a chance. Not a chance. First of all, she speaks quickly, and then through machine, they make it even quicker, right? But she has a giant following, articulating all sorts of issues. And she's at the older edge of that millennial divide, and is a very talented actress. She's trained as an actress and commentator. Hukou system. I'm going to not show you this because we need to move on. But the Hukou system, the household registration system, came up a couple times yesterday because it's an internal regulatory means. And it has less control today than it once did in the lives of Chinese. But it's central and it's discriminatory. It's tied to who your mother was. There was a system in this country which had the same formula. What did we call that? Slavery. This is not slavery. I'm not comparing it to slavery, but I'm suggesting it's a what? Not an earned status, but an ascribed status. We could talk about that. Frank Dictator talked about it. China wants to get back to economic prevalence, right? Economic success. It has achieved so much. Because this is the past. So I talked yesterday about rejuvenation. That's where they want to go. This movie is available on the web. It's not a great movie, but it's interesting. This American kid is trying to teach his Chinese grandfather about Spider-Man. Meanwhile, the Chinese grandfather is a specialist in shadow puppets. And he creates a Spider-Man shadow puppet. Of course, they disagree. The kid runs away, is rediscovered. They love each other. And it's not it's kind of fake America because they have some Europeans representing the United States in it. Stories we tell skills we develop, the future we shape. Today we're talking about healthcare. We're looking at technology, business exchange, and art. I think the thing that we missed in yesterday's discussion with Frank, he gave you the snapshot Chinese government view of Chinese history, and he gave you his view. They don't coincide very much. I would suggest to you that the truth lies somewhere in between. And one of the reasons why Frank's picture is a bit, in my opinion, distorted is because he plays up some things and not others. And today we're going to hear, at the very outset, from Professor Samuel So, who comes to us from Stanford, and who has been a mover and a shaker. He actually has the title, not of mover and shaker, he is a Asia game changer, honored by the Asia Society. And he has a tremendous research record. He's one of the pioneers in multi-organ transplants. And he created this nonprofit organization that has changed not just 5 lives, not just 10 lives, hundreds of thousands of lives. What would you pay for better health? I know, you're Americans, you pay almost anything. Not everybody can do that. In fact, we can't even do it. But Professor So has been working with others to make healthcare in specifically targeted areas having to do with liver diseases and things like that more readily available. He is a real star in the U.S. China relationship. I feel really privileged now to hear him. I hope you'll join us in welcoming him. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank 1990 for inviting me to come and talk to you. So what I like to do in the next hour is share with you my journey to address a major neglected public health problem which affect Asians and especially Chinese in both in China as well as in the U.S. And I hope I would inspire some of you to also join in this fight to eliminate liver cancer and hepatitis B in the Asian community. So many of you know about HIV, but a lot of you may not know much about hepatitis B. Actually, hepatitis B affects 7 times more people than HIV in the world. It affects about 260 million people, and every year, because of a lack of treatment and lack of awareness, as many as about 900,000 people die every year from liver cancer or liver cirrhosis caused by hepatitis B. It's one of the major neglected public health problems in the world. And if nothing is done in the next couple of years, the WHO project that more people will die each year from hepatitis B-related liver disease and liver cancer than HIV. And you can see because of a lot of attention in the last decade on malaria, TB, and HIV, you can see deaths from those diseases has continued to drop, whereas deaths from hepatitis, especially hepatitis B and C, has continued to increase. But we can put an end to this. This slide shows the burden of hepatitis B in the world. You can see that just in Asia accounts for about almost 2/3, over 60% of the burden of chronic hepatitis B in the world. And if you combine that with Africa, almost 85% of the hepatitis B in the world is associated with people living in Asia and in Africa. So what is hepatitis B? Hepatitis B is a virus which can infect the liver, and the hepatitis B virus is very smart. It doesn't kill you right away. It uses your liver to make baby virus, and then it spread from liver cells to liver cells. And currently, there's no cure for hepatitis B. There are treatments to control it, but there's no cure. It was discovered by Professor Blumberg, the person in the middle of this picture, about 50 years ago. And he discovered it accidentally from blood from the indigenous population in Australia. So the initial blood test for hepatitis B was called the Australian antigen test. Because of this discovery and the subsequent development of the hepatitis B vaccine, about 50 years ago, he received a Nobel Prize for medicine for his discovery. The hepatitis B virus may well be the oldest virus known to infect men. A study published last year in Nature suggests it is between 8,500 to 20,000 years old. And it has been discovered in mummified children, both in South Korea as well as in Italy. So how is it transmitted? It's transmitted just like HIV, mainly in 3 ways. From mother to child at birth, and that's the major way most people in Asia become infected. Most of them became infected before they even turned 1 or 2 years of age because their mother carried the virus, and the newborn did not get vaccinated within 24 hours after birth. The other way it could be transmitted is unprotected sex and through unsafe injection or injecting drug use. Hepatitis B is not transmitted by casual contact. There's a lot of misconception about how hepatitis B is transmitted in Asia, and it is a major cause of discrimination. Because many people in Asia to this day still believe you can get infected by sharing food. Like if you go to a Chinese banquet and you eat family style, it's not by sharing food. It's not by sharing eating utensils, so you don't need to bring your own chopsticks to China. Okay. It's not by shaking hands. It's not by kissing or sneezing. It's not transmitted by mosquitoes. So, when I created this slide many years ago, it was very difficult to find pictures on internet of Asians kissing. So I asked my student interns from Stanford, could you find me could you find me a picture? So they went back to their dorm, and next day gave me this picture. So I always say Stanford students are very resourceful. So actually, there are 5 types of viral hepatitis. And people get confused because some are transmitted by contaminated food or water. So the easy way to distinguish them is A, B, C, D, E. A and E are transmitted by contaminated food and water. Basically, food and water contaminated by poop, from people who carry the virus. All right. A, almost all the children in California are sort of vaccinated against A. By the age of 16, they should all be vaccinated. So if you travel overseas, if you have not been vaccinated, you should get vaccinated against A, because that's the virus you can actually get by eating in the streets and things like that. So you should all get vaccinated for hepatitis A. It does not cause liver cancer. It does not cause chronic liver disease, but it could make you very sick, and some people can die from it. E is also transmitted by food and water, but it's not common. It's only found mainly in certain parts of the world, some parts of Asia, in India, as well as China. And the major risk is pregnant women who get infected by hepatitis E, they have a high mortality rate. All right. Now, B is the one I'm talking about. B is mainly transmitted by mother-to-child transmission. Whereas C is mainly by blood. So most C, which is more common in the US than B, is mainly caused by injecting drug use. If you use sort of IV drugs, for more than like 3 months, almost 50% of those people without a needle exchange program would become infected by hepatitis C. Hepatitis C also causes liver cancer. So what about D? You don't have to worry about D. If you don't have B, you don't get D. People only get hepatitis D if you have hepatitis B. So the best way to protect you against hepatitis B is get vaccinated. So how many of you know you have been vaccinated against hepatitis B? So if you don't know, you can always ask your doctor to do a one-time blood test for hepatitis B. And if you are not protected, you should get vaccinated. So it's one of these vaccines the CDC recommend if you travel overseas, you should get vaccinated against hepatitis B. Currently, there's no vaccine to prevent hepatitis C, but there's now curative treatment. If you, by just taking a pill a day for 2 to 3 months, you can cure over 99% of hepatitis C. We call hepatitis B a silent killer because most people with chronic hepatitis B have no symptoms. Because the younger you got infected, the less likely those children ever have any symptoms. Okay, so a lot of people in the world who have hepatitis B actually don't even know they are infected, including those living in the US. And even if you go and see your doctor, the doctor do your blood tests every year, including liver tests, they can be normal, even if you have hepatitis B, because some people with chronic hepatitis B, which has not flared up, their liver tests are normal, but they still run the risk of developing liver cancer. If you have hepatitis B, the risk of liver cancer increased 100 times. All right. And if left undiagnosed or untreated, as many as 1 in 4 will eventually die of liver cancer or liver disease. That's why we call it a silent killer. But eliminating the public health problem of hepatitis B is totally feasible because, unlike HIV, we have a very effective vaccine for over 30 years now. And the vaccine in many parts of the world is very cheap. Only 3 shots, it can protect you potentially for life. And through safe injection and safe blood banking, you can prevent transmission by blood or in the healthcare setting. And even though there's no cure, you can really not totally eliminate, but largely sort of reduce the risk of death from hepatitis B by antiviral medications. These are very effective antiviral drugs which prevent the virus from making baby virus. And it's only a pill a day with virtually no side effects. And the good news is the patent for these effective drugs have expired. 2 years ago, if you buy the brand drug in the US, for 1 year treatment is like $12,000. Now the brand drug now in the US is down to $700 for 1 year treatment. And if you go to many parts of the world, it's down to $30 for 1 year treatment. Okay, so it's totally feasible to eliminate this problem. And also by educating the public that it's not transmitted by sharing food and drinks, you can eliminate the disease stigma. So what about the burden of hepatitis B in this country? We estimate there are about 1.3 million people living with chronic hepatitis B in this country, and about 2/3 of them have not been tested and are not aware they are infected. And every year, it's estimated there are 25,000 new cases in the U.S., largely due to migration of people already infected coming into this country. So hepatitis B is really, in the U.S., an imported problem. Okay. So who should be screened for hepatitis B? I usually, it's very simple to show these two slides. Were you born in a purple region? How many of you are born in a purple region? Okay. Okay, the next question is, were your parents born in a jade region? How many of your parents were born in jade? So all those who raise your hand should get a one-time blood test for hepatitis B, because that shows that you are at risk. And the good news is now covered by all the health plans, by Medicare, Medicaid, due to years of our advocacy that changed the national policies. So actually, chronic hepatitis B is among the greatest health disparity in this country. The chance of a foreign-born Asian Pacific Islander having hepatitis B is 1 in 12. For U.S. born in 1 in 70. For African American, this is also a big problem for foreign-born Americans. Right? And because this is CDC statistics, they didn't sort of separate foreign-born or U.S.-born African American is 1 in 200. But if you are foreign-born African American, the risk is as high as Asian Americans. For Hispanic and white, this is not a major problem. The chances of a white person, a Hispanic person having chronic hepatitis B is 1 in 1,000. And so even though Asian Pacific Islander represent only 6% of the U.S. population, it accounts for over 60% of the burden of chronic hepatitis B in this country. And because hepatitis B is a major cause of liver cancer, you can see, even though liver cancer is not very common in the white and population in the U.S., it's the second leading cause of cancer death for Asian men, even living in the U.S. So it's just, if you go to China, and Vietnam, many of the Asian countries, liver cancer is usually among the top 3 major causes of cancer death in those countries. So I just want to share with you my journey. I actually came to the Bay Area after living, working in the Midwest for 12 years, Minneapolis and then St. Louis, where we had very few Asian patients, right? So when I came, when I was recruited to come out to the Bay Area, I always said, my wife and I decided to come out to the Bay Area after living so long in the Midwest in search for better Chinese food. So what I found was, a lot of people who came to see me, dying from liver cancer or liver disease, if they were Asians, they were dying from a totally different disease than non-Asians. Okay, for non-Asians who need a liver transplant, mostly it's related to liver cirrhosis caused by hepatitis C or alcohol-related liver disease. Right? For Asians, it's largely, virtually all of them from hepatitis B. And what I was really sort of, which upset me was, no one was doing anything about it, right? And what's so sad is a lot of these people who came to see me had really advanced liver cancer, liver disease, and died from preventable death. And what we found, even through surveys and research, is we found most of the Asians living even in the Bay Area were not aware of the need for screening. They did not know, even if they know they have hepatitis B, they did not know about the importance of regular monitoring and screening for liver cancer. And above all, doctors themselves were not aware you need to screen Asian Americans for hepatitis B. And many of them, even doctors at Stanford and UCSF in our studies, actually, a lot of them don't even know what test to order to screen for hepatitis B, and how to interpret the results, and how to manage those patients. And there was a time when I came to the Bay Area, shortly after I came to the Bay Area, I found that, well, there was no national guidelines on hepatitis B screening. Hepatitis B vaccination for adults was not covered by health plan. Hepatitis B screening was also not covered by health plans. There was no national strategy to address this problem, either from the U.S. Department of Health or CDC. There was no funding. There was no national or global initiative to eliminate hepatitis B. So shortly after, in 1996, when I moved from San Francisco to Stanford, I founded the Asian Liver Center with a very ambitious goal towards global elimination of hepatitis B by addressing the gaps in national guidelines and policies, the gaps in research and also awareness. And in order to do this in my lifetime, we take on a strategy by, represented by CARE, building collaboration and partnership, evidence-based advocacy, research, education, and training. Because a lot of the time in academia is people do the research, but they don't do any advocacy, right? So if you want to translate your research into national policies, you need to go and talk to your congressmen, senators, and reach out to policymakers so you can translate those research findings into policies to benefit population health. So we first started when I started it was through a very generous donation of $50,000 from a Chinese American living in the Bay Area, Dr. C.J. Huang, who was an engineer, and we had no space. It just operated out from my office, and then after 20 odd years, we are very pleased now we have our own building on campus, so C.J. Huang Building on Welsh Road. We also 5 years ago established a regional center at Peking University, at the Stanford Center at Peking University. So anybody, if any of you travel to Peking University, do come and visit the Stanford Center. Is a beautiful building, and we welcome you to hold conferences there as well. So one of the major problems of hepatitis B is the lack of awareness. So we borrow a page from HIV. So instead of the red ribbon, we introduced the jade ribbon. Why jade? Jade in Asian cultures usually represent good health, good luck. And you can see our ribbon is not the loopy-loop ribbon. It's like the Chinese character, meaning people. So it's uniting people worldwide to eliminate hepatitis B. You see our ribbon color is pretty nice. So it's not that far from Tiffany's color. So the key messages of the Jade Ribbon campaign is get informed. The 1 in 12 Asians have hepatitis B. 2 out of 3 are not aware of the infection. Get tested, get vaccinated if you are not protected, and get treatment. And make sure your doctors also screen you for liver cancer with at least once a year ultrasound. So even if you develop liver cancer, it could be detected early. And so I wear this jade ribbon everywhere. I actually have one pin to every jacket I have, right? And so sometimes when I go through the airport, the security will ask me what that is, so I will take it off and give it to them and help, ask them to help spread the word of awareness. And we actually have some of the pins outside if you want some. And also we have jade bracelet too. I mean, it's not real jade, but Jade is now getting very expensive. So what we did is, over the last 20 years, with every opportunity we have, we go out to educate the community. If you go out to the San Francisco New Year Street Festival, you will always see our 2 big booths with all kinds of games and surveys to engage the public to learn more about hepatitis B. We also periodically participate in the New Year sort of a street festival, and you can see our jade color dragon. It was featured in some of the newspaper because we light up the dragon with LCD light inside the dragon, so it's very pretty at night. And for many years we offer free screening. That was before the health plans started to cover screening. So we used to go out every other weekend, either in the YMCA in San Francisco or in other community centers. We offer free screening for the public, and also partner with San Francisco Health Department to offer low-cost vaccination. So one of the major problems still is, now even though it's covered by health plans, a lot of the doctors are not aware. And even when we actually did a retrospective review of how Stanford is doing screening, we were only screening 1/3 of the people we should be screening, which is similar to a study done by Kaiser in Hawaii. They also found, they were only screening 1/3. So we give out these cards, take to your doctor cards. It's bilingual. It could be Chinese on one side, English on the other side, or Vietnamese on one side, English on the other side, to take to your doctors. So we want to empower the public to remind the doctors to screen the population at risk. So we also launched back in 2007 in partnership with San Francisco City of San Francisco. At that time, the mayor was our handsome Gavin Newsom, and Fiona Ma, who is now the state treasurer. Fiona herself has hepatitis B, so she was the poster child in Sacramento for hepatitis B, and actually. Gavin was a big supporter. In our outreach event, he took his shirt off and received a hepatitis B vaccine. He always gave me grief for making him take off his shirt in public. Because it was on the newspaper the next day. And so we launched the citywide San Francisco Hep B Free campaign. 1 year, our slogan was "Be a Hero," stop Hep B. But then, we thought, good messages don't really get a lot of attention. So the next year, we launched a public awareness campaign which said, which one deserves to die? 1 in 10, 1 in 10, 1 in 12 Asians have hepatitis B. And because of that, it got reported by the New York Times and the media. So. Okay, so we also feel that in order to really get this campaign sort of disseminated, we need to engage the young people. So every year we host a youth leadership conference on Asian Pacific Islander health. And actually next week we'll be holding our 17th annual youth leadership conference, and where we accept 100, the top 100 applicants, high school applicants. There are many kids from California, some from other states, and actually some from as far as from China and even Germany. And they spent four days on Stanford campus to learn about what leadership is about, learn about Asian health disparity, and we hope we inspire them to eventually, no matter how successful they become, to remember the community, to give back to the community, and also help to raise awareness. And we've been very fortunate that, a lot of these kids become inspired. So when they go back to the school, they form they call themselves Team HBV high school chapters. And many of them, when they go to college, they form collegiate chapters. So we have collegiate chapters in Harvard, MIT, as well as UCLA and many colleges. And so every year we meet in one of those colleges. So this year we're going to meet, have our annual collegiate chapter meeting at Harvard. So usually we rotate coast to coast. So these are the kids who actually will help to spread the word of awareness and raise, to eliminate hepatitis B. So over the last, 20 years, we also, spearhead national efforts to change national guidelines and policies. We finally, in 2008, convinced the Office of Minority Health to declare hepatitis B a major health disparity in this country. And when I serve on the Board of Public Health at the Institute of Medicine, I convinced my board members to take on hepatitis B, and we released a report on national strategy for the prevention and control of hepatitis B and liver cancer in the country. And that led to the Department of Health and Human Services to release a national action plan, the first ever national action plan. And more recently, we also released a report by the National Academy on eliminating hepatitis B as a public health problem in the U.S. And as a result, that led to finally the ACA as well as Medicare and Medicaid to cover hepatitis B screening and hepatitis B vaccination for adults with no out-of-pocket charge. So, but it takes a long time to change policies. The lessons learned was, we even tried working with Mike Honda. We introduced a hepatitis B bill, like 12 years ago, and actually we have both bipartisan House and Senate bill, but it didn't go anywhere. We tried Fiona Ma introduce legislation in the state assembly and to cover hepatitis B treatment, make it Medicaid eligible, and that didn't go anywhere. So my experience is getting policy changes with a bill is very hard because no one wants to spend more money, right? So, but changing national guidelines with evidence-based of information seem to have succeeded. So now I'd like to switch to what we have been doing in China. China actually has the greatest burden of chronic hepatitis B and liver cancer in the world. China accounts for about half of all the deaths from liver cancer each year. Now is about 400,000 people in China every year die from liver cancer, largely from hepatitis B, from untreated hepatitis B. And about a third of the people in China, a third of the global burden of hepatitis B are people living in China. In China, there are about 90 million people living with chronic hepatitis B, compared with about 800,000 people living with HIV. Yeah, but it wasn't really, addressed in China. So when I had opportunity, I was invited to give a keynote address at the National Conference on Prevention and Control of Viral Hepatitis in China back in 2004. I picked the title, Why Eliminating Hep B and Liver Cancer Should Be a National Priority in China. And at first, there was a little pushback from the organizer. And they thought, it seems very strong. Title is very strong. I don't know about whether the national government will like that, right? But eventually, I'm glad that someone in the government actually liked my title. So I actually gave the talk and really highlight why China need to put resources to address this, because at that time, it wasn't even in the top 3 infectious disease priority in China. And you know, everywhere I went to in China, when I talked to them, about hepatitis B, a lot of the provincial government would say, "Hey, Dr. So, why don't you tell Beijing it's not HIV, it's hepatitis B," right? And because, but they don't dare to, raise, raise that issue to the national government. So what I've been doing in the last 20 years in China is really advocating for a comprehensive approach to deal with hepatitis B by improving newborn vaccination, addressing the gaps in newborn vaccination, and now working towards eliminating mother-to-child transmission. Also advocating the government to provide free vaccination for unvaccinated children, and also in the more recent years to push the government, encourage the government to provide affordable antiviral treatment for the whole country, for those who are infected. As I said, there are estimated 90 million people with chronic hepatitis B, and at least 30 million needs to be on treatment. And until a few years ago, the estimate, like 3 years ago, was only 5 million out of the 30 million were on treatment. All right. And also, we really want to encourage the government to launch major campaign to eliminate disease stigma. So I had the opportunity to partner with the China Foundation for Hepatitis Prevention and Control, which is a nonprofit, but this is actually a government nonprofit. Their headquarters is in the China CDC. So I think China have this gold star nonprofit. There are very few. I think it's less than 50 or something. The other, China is otherwise very suspicious of nonprofit. So a lot of the government-recognized nonprofit are basically run by ex-government sort of directors. So at that time, it was run by the ex-director. This foundation was run by the ex-director of the China CDC, right? So we actually formed a very strong partnership, and we went across the country to conduct education seminars to students, for healthcare workers. Here I was giving a talk to down on the far right to a minister of health who just came on the job to be in charge of immunization, and he told me he didn't know squat about hepatitis B. So I actually gave him a whole. By that time, I had developed an online training course in Chinese, so I showed him the course, but he wouldn't answer the questions. To advance, to move on the course, you have to answer all the correct questions before you move on. So I think he just asked his deputy to answer the questions. So China actually has made a major investment in vaccinating newborn. Okay, this slide shows, the upper red line is in 1992, before they launched a newborn vaccination program. By the age of 1 year, already 10% of those children has become chronically infected with hepatitis B, which put them at risk later on in life to develop liver cancer and liver cirrhosis. But only 14 years afterwards, after they introduced newborn vaccination program, though it was imperfect, they have already dropped the prevalence rate from 10% to less than 1%. And what we are doing with the Chinese government is really helping them to try to reach almost zero, totally eliminate mother-to-child transmission. So the China CDC estimated that only after 14 years of introducing this program, potentially it has prevented 20 million new chronic infection and prevented 3.5 million future deaths from liver cancer and liver disease. This is actually accomplishment. It's lauded as one of the most sort of significant public health achievement in the world. now, even though China is doing a great job of vaccinating the newborn, there were a lot of, because it was not totally free for the public until 2005, there are a lot of young children, especially in the poorer provinces, who were not vaccinated. So we estimated that there were, millions of children. This is using their own China CDC data, that millions of children have not been vaccinated based on their surveillance study. So in order to advocate for the Chinese government to provide free vaccination, what we call catch-up vaccination for unvaccinated children. So at that time, I started raising money and started different parts of China to do sort of pilot projects to provide free vaccination. And so between 2005 to 2006, we provided free vaccination for 100,000 children. You can see, some of the schools, we designed these posters. One say, 3 shots, okay for life. And the person in the poster is actually one of my Stanford students' boyfriend. So, we are very frugal. We do all our design in-house. Okay, and then China CDC actually approached us and say, "Hey Sam, could you help Qinghai?" Qinghai is a province northwest of China, just a little bit southeast of Tibet. And there's a lot of the population, probably over 40% of the population are minorities, Tibetan and other minority ethnic groups. And a lot of those kids were not vaccinated at birth because they couldn't afford the vaccine before, right? And so we went there and actually developed a catch-up vaccination program. Initially, we did a pilot program in 2006, 2007. We vaccinated certain districts, 56,000 children. And it was very successful. And the Qinghai government said, "Hey, Sam, could you help us vaccinate the whole province?" So I thought, that's about another 500,000 children. So thanks to a very generous donation from a retired Silicon Valley executive, high-tech executive, he donated $1 million. And we actually, in partnership with the Qinghai government, we vaccinated all unvaccinated children in the whole province. And so that involved, and that was the first program the Chinese government allowed a vaccination at the school. Usually the kids have to go to the CDC office to get vaccinated. And this is the first program they allow us to conduct the vaccination at school. So there was, we had a 99.4% 3-shot completion rate. It covered 2,200 schools. And in order to convince the Chinese government, even though that was very popular, we actually launched the project from People's Congress Hall in Beijing. And at the end of the conference, the Qinghai government was going to, they wanted to give us an award. I said, "Don't give us an award. Give Beijing government an award." So they would take ownership. Okay. So in addition to that, we actually did a cost effectiveness analysis for the Chinese government. We said, if you vaccinate all these unvaccinated children, it's actually going to be cost saving. Okay, so together with the really sort of good publicity from the Qinghai campaign and the cost effectiveness analysis, the Chinese government, we were very happy that they adopted our recommendation. And for the subsequent 3 years, they launched a 3-year free catch-up vaccination program across the country which actually benefited 70 million children. So we were very happy because that was our ultimate goal, is to have the Chinese government take ownership. So in the last couple of years, we've continued to work with Qinghai government as well as Gansu government. Gansu is just next to Qinghai, also a lot of minority population. It's the beginning, one of the beginning of the Silk Road. So if you go on Silk Road, you're bound to go through Gansu province. And so, you know, once again, in Gansu Qinghai, there was a lot of a lot of the healthcare workers are not really very knowledgeable about hepatitis B and liver cancer. So we actually use our online training course to train all the healthcare workers, and the government the healthcare workers, if they completed the course, then they get credits, CME credits, by the government to encourage all of them to take the course. And also we also launch a program to educate all the pregnant women. You know, in China, I don't know whether you know, in many places in the cities, if you want to raise a family, you have to attend these talks, which is run by Maternal and Child Health, CDC, teach you about, how to, the public health issues, all the issues about raising a family. So if you don't attend, if you did not complete the course, you can't really, there will be consequences like coverage for school and may not be covered by the local government. So if you want a family, raise a family, you need to complete the course. So we found that was a huge opportunity to introduce Hep B into that sort of family planning type of a curriculum. We try to reach out to the Chinese Women's Association, but they wanted money. So we are very frugal. We want to partner with people who are passionate and not because of money, right? So that actually turned out to be very good. So. These show some of our the ways we educate the public. We have cartoons both in Tibetan and Chinese, educate the public about hepatitis B. We have the Qinghai government was very creative. They even have freeway signs, which educate the public. And when you go through the toll booth, you might see our Jake Cutter sign, educating people about hepatitis B. And they reach out to the minorities, working with the religious leaders. And actually, I was amazed that there are certain parts of China have such a major Muslim sort of presence. I mean, you go to Gansu Qinghai, there are these humongous mosques. And when I go to these rural areas, I don't know, 5 o'clock, they start us praying, and wake you up in the morning, with these Muslim prayers, and some villages are all Muslim population. So the other thing was discrimination. So I don't know whether you know this. For many years in the past, if you have hepatitis B, you can't even, if the school knows you have hepatitis B, they will use all kinds of excuses. Okay, one, they would not take you. Secondly, they would use any excuses to sort of dismiss you from the school. And companies used to always require Hep B testing before employment. And if they find you have hepatitis B, they would not hire you. Or if they know you have Hep B, they will fire you because of they believe that you can actually spread the infection by eating in the same canteen and working together. So back in 2003, we had this very brave young man in the middle who sued the provincial government for the job discrimination. He was supposedly accepted for the job, but when they found out he had hepatitis B, they would not hire him. So I was reached by the advocates in China as well as the China Foundation and said, hey, Sam, could you write to the judge about, there's no grounds for not hiring someone because of they have hepatitis B. So I wrote to the judge, and he became the first man who won a case against China for Hep B discrimination. But 2 years afterwards, when I saw him in China, he still didn't have a job. But I think things have changed since that time. So the other opportunity was I was asked to submit a letter to the mayor of Suzhou to convince the government to ban Hep B discrimination in the workplace. And so actually Suzhou became the first city in China to ban hepatitis B discrimination. And the really major sort of opportunity to change the national sort of policy about hepatitis B discrimination came in 2009. I was actually very surprised because, at that time the Chinese government said they were proposing this policy to ban hepatitis B testing for admission to kindergartens. Okay, so and they actually have a period for public comment. I didn't know Chinese government allow you to make public comment before they release a regulation. So I actually got together with my friend from WHO in Beijing. I said, okay, let's write to the Chinese government and said, don't stop with kindergarten. It should be across the board, both in admission to any school as well as employment. And so actually we were very happy. I don't know whether we play a major role in that or not, but the Chinese government in 2010, for the first time, not only the health department, education department, I think the labor department, they released a joint declaration to ban hepatitis B discrimination for both in employment as well as in school, and also make sure that the test results are kept confidential. Before, in the past, if you test positive, the company release your data. So you cannot not actually find a job in another place. So that was a major problem. So in the old days when I actually went to China to talk to these folks with chronic hepatitis B, they were so concerned that they would be discovered. We meet in coffee shops, and it's like, it's not espionage, but it's like, because they just worry. Some of them are doctors and lawyers, and they pay people every year to do the blood test for them, so they would not be discovered, right? So, as part of this effort to eliminate job discrimination, we also launched a initiative in the last 5-6 years, working with companies to make sure we have an all-inclusive workplace without discrimination. So we work with companies like Lenovo, Intel, Microsoft, Apple, to educate the employees as well as and make sure they eliminate all discriminatory policies, because we knew that before there were companies actually, all their suppliers discriminate. Like at one time, HP supplier discriminate, Apple, Foxconn were discriminating. And so actually we work with those companies to eliminate all that discriminatory policies, and also educate the public so they don't worry about working with people with hepatitis B. So we also actually spend money on in China on major public awareness campaign. This was one back in 2004 and 2016 in the Beijing airport to sort of spread the word that it's not transmitted by casual contact or sharing food. We also motivate, work with students. We motivate university students in China to form sort of Team HBV to go out and educate the public. And these show some of, every year we actually provide some funding for the best of proposals. And we fund some of these university groups to raise awareness in the local community. And every year, just like now, if you go to Beijing, you see our huge public service, awareness campaign in the subway. The 2016, 2007, the last few years, we have videos and in all the trains, in certain routes in the metro system in China, with 100 and also 168 subway stations. I think this year we actually have even more subway stations and trains. And usually we have videos as well as electronic billboards to raise awareness. And we partner with the WHO, Beijing CDC, China CDC in these efforts. Once again, in the summer, World Hepatitis Day is a good opportunity to get the community involved. And every year we engage university students who are going to the rural area to educate the community to include hepatitis B in their messaging. And another actually more creative way is we found that in the past there's only like a total of 3 nonprofits in the U.S., including us, who does hepatitis B awareness work. There were hundreds working on HIV, but only 3 on hepatitis B. So we actually engage nonprofits and give them a starter kit and to include hepatitis B in their outreach educational efforts. So finally, I want to just touch upon, our most recent effort is to really encourage the government to provide effective antiviral drugs and not just herbal supplement for hepatitis treatment, right? So a few years ago, I was asked to chair this technical consultation organized by the World Health Organization and the Chinese Ministry of Health to really gather the evidence and put forward a sort of a argument that Chinese government should really invest in hepatitis B as well as C treatment. So after the 2-day conference, we actually had a high-level sort of presentation to the leadership in the Chinese government, and they were very supportive. Except my concern was at that time they were very concerned about the cost of the antiviral medication. So because of that, when I came back to Stanford, so what we did was we actually did another cost effectiveness analysis, and basically, the way we did it is actually show the Chinese government, if you actually can acquire the drug at this cost, within this range, it'll be cost saving. Within this range, it could be highly cost effective or cost effective. And basically, in a way, we give the evidence for the government to negotiate with the drug company. So actually, they did exactly that. So they negotiated with GSK and actually got a 67% reduction in the drug cost, which fell into our analysis as highly cost effective. So now the treatment is no longer an obstacle. And actually the cost has dropped even further. And as of this year, the Chinese government has procured the generic version of this drug. I think it's only about $35 for 1 year treatment for 10 cities. So they're rolling it out in 10 cities, and hopefully that will scale up in the next 2 years to across the country for that low-cost drug. And so we are very committed to not only addressing eliminating hepatitis B and liver cancer in China, but we also work with other countries. We work in Mongolia, in Vietnam as well, allow us to really try to inspire the government to do more and invest in hepatitis prevention and control. There's now, when I first founded the Asian Liver Center back in 1996 with a goal of global elimination, people thought I was crazy. How could you eliminate such a big problem, affect so many people in the world? But fortunately, it turned out I wasn't that crazy after all. So, because in 2016, the World Health Organization released the first ever global health sector strategy to eliminate hepatitis B and C by 2030. So it's actually now under the UN Sustainable Development Goal of 2030. And so now we have targets for elimination, increasing treatment, increasing vaccination. And so we are reviewing every year how the countries are doing. But once again, a major obstacle is making sure that the countries invest in treatment. And to increase the capacity of the public health system in many of the countries, in hepatitis prevention and control, we also have developed online training courses for healthcare workers, which are now, you can take it anytime for free on our Stanford website. Is now available in English, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Mongolian. So I gave an interview to this is China Newsweek back in 2007. And the title is Eliminating Hepatitis B and Reducing the Burden of Liver Cancer in China is not a dream. And it is actually becoming a reality. But it needs significant sort of government commitment to make this happen. That at that time when I was interviewed, it was only, 12 years ago. In order to interview me, all these newspaper reporters need the government approval. Yeah. So I'm glad they, and actually in the article, I actually disagree with the priority of the health department. The health department was going to invest in research for a curative hepatitis B vaccine, which I know is not. It would not be successful. And to this day, there's no curative vaccine. And I emphasize that they should be putting the money on improving prevention, vaccination, and also later on treatment. So finally, I liked. Okay, every year we engage celebrities to raise awareness, and this was a one done by Jackie Chan, and in both English and Chinese. The Chinese version is much better. His English is not as good. But anyway, I just wanted to share with you a message from Jackie Chan, because this Sunday is World Hepatitis Day, July 28th. And if any of you are in the city at 8:30, we're going to light up San Francisco City Hall jade color. Okay? It will light up at 8:30. So if you want to come and do a photo op with our activists, come to in front of San Francisco City Hall on Sunday. Could you start that video? I think you just have to click on it, just like the last one. If you just click on the Jackie Chan, yeah.
Yeah, the scroll over. No, sorry.
Just be, yeah.
There it is.
Hello, I'm Jackie Chan. July 28th is the World Hepatitis Day. Do you know hepatitis B is the major cause of liver cancer? Hepatitis B is both preventable and treatable. Hepatitis B is not transmitted by sharing food or kissing. Do not let hepatitis B keep you away from the people you love. Joy J, stop hepatitis B. Stop liver cancer. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. A hero. And so, Dr. So, you've, changing the world, quite literally changing the world. And the words I took away began with evidence. You're a scientist, and you say, we're going to start with evidence. And that, of course, is important for vaccine and all of those sorts of things. And it's why people listen to you, is because you are this world figure with regard to this disease. But you've chosen to be an advocate, right? And you also understand bureaucrats need to know that this is going to be cost effective. And one of the things that we've seen the World Bank and others is they've done estimates on how pollution hampers economic growth. And I'm curious, with 90 million people affected, 30 million requiring treatment, that I don't know if you've come up with some sort of estimate of what that does to growth. And this is maybe a cold-blooded way of talking about this, but their lost years of productivity, these sorts of things. I don't know if that's factored in, if that's a consideration.
Yeah, so when we basically, the estimate is if China doesn't, from the health impact point of view, if China doesn't do anything, the data we have with WHO is in the next 10 years, another 10 million people will die, right? But the cost part, I mean, we do analysis in terms of healthcare costs, right? But we actually don't have enough data on the social cost, social economic cost, right? So that is a little harder to come up with. But the healthcare costs, we also release to them, and also how much money you will save in terms of future healthcare costs, which are all increasing in China, right? So I think the important thing is not with the evidence, you need to do the extra effort to reach the highest level possible. That means you have to, I'm not good in karaoke, but a lot of these leaders like to sing, right? And then actually, and also in the old days, you need to socialize with them, right? And I drank a lot of 白酒, white wine.
白酒啊.
And because
so you put your own liver at risk.
Because when you first sit down, let's say with the leadership in a banquet, it's these humongous table, and each of them, all the staff will come and
one by one
toast you. And in Qinghai and Gansu, it's not one glass, it's 3 glasses, right? So, but if you can train your liver. Within 10 minutes, you become best friends with all of them, right? So, yeah, I finally I was with China CDC to a different province, and they served me some local brew white wine, and that got me really sick. So ever since that time, I don't touch the white wine. Say a little red wine is okay, but no.
So he's got the jade, a ribbon. He also deserves a Purple Heart for that. But so you have to befriend and you have to cultivate and educate, right? I mean, so evidence and then education has to be a part of that advocacy. You had success in the United States, you went there and you did these kinds of things. And you talked about having to overcome discrimination and also, bureaucratic lethargy and these sorts of things. And even people at the top of the health ministry had some convincing to do and some education and that sort of thing. But the wider education with regard to the anti-discrimination efforts involving Jackie Chan and all these other folks, there are 1.3 billion who don't have hepatitis B, but need to know about hepatitis B.
Yeah,
and so the reducing fear part of it.
Yeah, not only, even though there are these new laws, but the fine is so little. So we still have to continue to spread that message every year, so people will feel at ease. Because when we do these, when we survey healthcare workers in Asia, not only China, in Vietnam, we find the same problem persists with healthcare workers. Like doctors think, maybe you shouldn't eat with someone with hepatitis B, and they perpetuate the misconception. And when I go to some provincial sort of areas, I find the brochure. I always collect all what do you have on hepatitis B. I always look at it, and sometimes they spread the misconception. So in one city, in one township in Qinghai, they said it could be transmitted by mosquitoes. I said, no, we better take that off. And then there are some which, another province on the East Coast, which is much more prosperous province, they have some brochure saying, don't share cups and eating utensils. So some of that misinformation is perpetuated by healthcare workers, So we have to overcome that, and I think the celebrities are great to help, because a lot, we had celebrity spokesperson with like 90 million followers or whatever, right? These, actually, Jackie Chan is not very popular in China. So, he's too old, right, for the Chinese public. The young people, so we use these,
influencers.
Yeah, right. They are actresses and actors with huge followers and popular in the soap operas or whatever. And so, the one we're using this year also is a young person. And he's featured in a lot of the shopping malls, posters. So you have to use those people to reach the public.
Yeah, but being in subways, being in the airport, being all of this, touching people, clearly having an impact. And online activism, actually, the hepatitis B is maybe the first successful case of online activism. You probably know Guo Binyang, who's written about that. But that came from bottom up as opposed to outside in. The education. We have time for a couple of questions. We have 1 minute for questions. So quick questions, quick answers, right? Wait for the mic, please. Okay. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, in terms of opposition to what you've been trying to do either in China or in this country, we're hearing a lot in other areas about anti-vaxxers and people who just don't want to listen to the research or the science. What have you found in terms of the folks who are actually opposed to these things, or is there a significant element?
I think for China, there isn't much of this problem. The concern is the skepticism is domestic vaccine. Domestic vaccine, okay? So if you say if they get vaccinated for hepatitis B and they have no objection. They know the risks of hepatitis B and liver cancer in China. So they are very receptive. The only thing is they sometimes do worry about the government vaccine is domestic vaccine, and periodically, just recently, last year, we have these scandals, right? And that the vaccines were not well stored. Basically, that wouldn't hurt the person. That the babies just need to be revaccinated, right? Because if it's not well stored, it may not be effective. It doesn't really do any harm. But so, some people would rather pay more to get a foreign vaccine. That happened in Vietnam. To this day, it's a big problem in Vietnam. Yeah. In this country, because we say is, the Hep B vaccine is actually known as the first anti-cancer vaccine. All right. So because it prevents hepatitis B, which causes liver cancer, right? So when we on the internet, there were some people who tried to attack us for promoting vaccination, but after a while, they stopped. I don't know why, because we are addressing mostly in the Asian community. Maybe that's why they left us alone. Yeah.
Dr. So the last time I heard you was at the Asia Society in San Francisco, I think a year ago, and you were about to head towards Mongolia that evening after our presentation, or your presentation to us. How is that program going?
Okay, actually, I'm going to be spending another 2 weeks in Mongolia. Starting the last week of August, to evaluate. We are part of the group team from WHO to evaluate how they're doing in terms of progress, because Mongolia has set a very ambitious goal. They want to test 80% of the adult population for Hep B and C by 2020, and also provide treatment for those who are infected. 80%. But their population is small.
3 million.
They're 3 million, and then half of them are young people, and so they could do it, and they have access to very low cost generic medications. Yeah.
One last question.
Dr. So you mentioned that the hepatitis B virus was first discovered among Australian natives. I'm curious as to whether certain ethnic groups are more prone, maybe genetically, to contracting the hepatitis B virus.
I think that's a common, good question. That currently we don't have evidence that the ethnic groups are more prone to get infected. But there are different genotypes of the virus, different hepatitis B virus. The virus in Asia, the women who get infected with that virus, they tend to have very high viral load. Okay, the more high viral load you have, the higher the chance you can transmit the infection during the birthing process to the newborn. Whereas the viral load of people infected in Africa is much lower. So the mother-to-child transmission risk in Africa is, even for those women infected, is lower than those women in Asia.
So, go ahead.
So there are geographic differences of the virus, itself.
Not just one, but the point of all of this is, of course, this is a global concern. And the disease is globalized. The answers need to be as well. And we have to really celebrate the kind of collaboration that Dr. So has initiated here in the United States, but with partners in China. And we need more of this, not less. Ladies and gentlemen, I've learned a lot. How about you?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we're running a little bit late, so let's all just take like a 10-minute break now, and we'll reconvene at 10:40. Thank you for staying with us.
Gosh.
I know. You know, I've tried that silence thing, Clay. It doesn't work with these adults, apparently. Where you're just trying to stand there and you're hoping that they'll all calm
Different
down.
standards.
Oh, you're going to make me do the clapping thing again. Uh-oh. All right, we're ready. Clay is
take a
ready,
couple
and we've got a great speaker, so I really
me
want
wave
Clay to
one.
be able to let you know all about Francis Lee, and here he goes.
Actually, first,
Yes.
it's not nearly as cool as a jade ribbon, and it will mainly help you as opposed to informing others and that sort of thing. But do get on the Facebook pages of the Institute and the U.S. China Institute. We'd love to have you involved. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, Francis Lee, is here just for this, just for you. But he's counting on you because he needs you to amplify his voice. Actually, he's a YouTube star. But he needs to reach your students, and so he'll need your assistance. But he flew in just for this, and right after, he's flying out again. So it's special that we have him here. Now, we talked before about technology and its role in U.S. China relations. You folks use your fingers on your phones. His companies help to make that possible. So when you read about, you know, he's involved in interfaces and these kinds of things, that's what we're talking about. Not just on phones, but on a whole slew of devices that are life-changing, and in some instances, life-giving, right? Really remarkable stuff. He has this long career in semiconductors as well as in these interfaces. He's led companies in Asia, in Hong Kong, and here in the United States. When I mentioned he's a YouTube star, he has a fewer followers than some of the celebrities that Dr. So made reference to. But I'm one of them. After I learned he was going to be here, I sought his videos out because he's been sharing his ideas about leadership and entrepreneurship with a whole lot of interested folks. And here he's going to be talking about the China difference, what China's rise means for technology, and also what technology means in China's rise. I'm really looking forward to his talk. Won't you welcome him? Thank you.
Thank you, Clay. He is really way too kind in that introduction here. Okay, good morning, everybody. Like he said, when they invited me in 1990 to do this discussion, even though I'm not sure I'm the best qualified person, I have to do it because the teachers are here. And to me, I got a lot of respect for teachers because other than parents, the teacher is probably the most influential people in a kid's life. So hopefully in today's talk, I share with you some of my perspectives in terms of technology development. But don't be shy. So stop me and ask questions because I don't want this to be a monologue here. And hopefully, you know, through today's discussion, you get a bit of insight about how technology is being developing in China. So let me run a poll. Who has visited China? Wow, a lot of people. Who has visited China in the last 12 months? Less, but still, quite a few. Okay, let me share with you, in my last 12 months, where have I been in China? I did a Tibet trip in 2018. As a matter of fact, I'm going to share with you a story about that trip. I visited a place called Zhenjiang, which is, if you had any vinegar, you know, in Chinese restaurant, that's the vinegar capital. And then I was in Kunming and Shenzhen and visited a company called Huawei, which I'm sure you heard about. And in May, I was in Xi'an, Beijing, Shanghai. And then later this month, I'll be traveling with a bunch of friends to the Silk Road trip. You know, the Professor So talked about, you know, a trip a while ago. So My first trip in China was 1981. That was when a radio institute, I think it was Radio Institute number 19 in China. Every factory they call Radio Institute in those days. So my wife and I went there, and they invited me to talk about semiconductors at that time. For those of you that might have known China at that time, they would start building the airport called Hongqiao Airport, right? And it's the first major city that my wife and I went to. When you get a boarding pass, there's no lounges. You actually stood there and wait for you to board the plane. So that was way back there. And when you go to Shanghai, there was no such thing as a bund. There was the Huangpu River. So China, I've seen China up close and personal, either through business or through personal experience for a number of years. And I'm going to talk a little bit about, through my eyes, how they have changed. So this is a map, okay, of my various trips. And I want to share with you a personal story about my trip to Tibet in 2018, which kind of talks a little bit about the progresses and the challenges facing China. So in this trip, basically, my friend picked me up from the Hong Kong airport, and we drove through 6 provinces before we entered Tibet. So there was a lot of driving. And we have 2 cars, SUVs, and my friend asked me to share the driving because it's just a long road. In China, when you have to drive, you have to get a China driver license. They don't recognize international driver license. I happen to have a driver license in Hong Kong, and it's actually relatively easy, and I underscore relatively, to get this driver license in China. So I asked my friend, how do you do it? He said, you want to know the simple way or the hard way? So tell me the simple way first. So he said, you gave 1,000 RMB to an agent, meaning bribe, and he'll do all this for you. And you get it, the next day. So I'm trying to be a good global citizen and not try to encourage corruption in China, right? So what is the hard way to do this? Well, the hard way to do this, I happen to have a friend in China. He said, he go to the internet, go to the website, here are the things you got to do. I said, okay, do it that way. And my friend was kind enough to lend me his driver. So actually I had local people driving me around. And it's like 6 or 7 step process. And because I've done business in China before, and I know things happen in China, so I allocated 3 days to do my Chinese driver license. Even though theoretically I can get it all done in 1 day. So I got in the first day, the guy picked me up, and I registered a local address. I was using my friend's address in Shenzhen. I went to the police department, registered a local address. Then I went to the hospital to get my vision check and all this stuff. Then I went to a studio place where they take my mugshot, okay? And all of this was very smooth. As a matter of fact, I got to the equivalent of the DMV ahead of schedule. So my appointment there was 12 to 5. I can go see. A big range, right? But anyway, I got there by noon, and I was really happy. So I showed them all the stuff that I've done. I said, is this the right procedure? He said, you are, but you come to the wrong office. I said, it's on the website. This is one of the offices. He said, no. There's only 2 offices in here, in the Shenzhen area that do this thing. I said, which one is it? He said, there's one in Luowu, and there's one in Xili. For those of you that might know a little bit about it, Luowu is just outside of Kowloon, and it's relatively easy to get to, but it's actually a very small office, and you have to make an appointment. And it takes like months to make this appointment. Xili on the other side is about 40 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic. And it's got a big office, and you can make the appointment there. So I said, okay, no big deal. Now in China, now this is part of the progresses they have done now. If you want to make an appointment, you have to first go to a computer. And then you say, I want to make an appointment. Then they send you back a code on your phone. And then with this phone, it's just like a banking, right? A passcode. Then you go there and you make this appointment. Now, this is the equivalent of the DMV, right? all the computers in the DMV was down that day. None of them was working. So I cannot make this appointment. But my driver said, don't worry about it. I'll make this appointment for you the next day when I got home. So okay, that was my first day. So I was having dinner with my friend, the local friend that was loaning me this driver. So I explained to him this problem. He said, you probably see Mr. Koch. I said, who is Mr. Koch? Mr. Koch is in charge of the entire police department in Shenzhen. I mean, he's a big shot. I said, why? He said, well, I don't know. You better need some insurance. I said, no. Your driver already told me. He booked this appointment in Sealy already. So next day at 9 o'clock, I went to this equivalent of the DMV. It's a big building. Lots of people were there. And by the way, when you walk to this building, there's very obvious sign about no corruption, don't do anything. And this, very obvious. Very obvious. So now I'm wondering, where are these people that would do 1,000 RMB? Later on, I find out where they are. So I wait in line. I presented the stuff, and I said, I want to get my Chinese driver license. And the guy looked at all, yeah, you have all the right stuff, but you made the appointment in the wrong department in this building. I said, what do you mean? In the website, it says, no. This is the department you got to go to. So, okay. So I go to the computer again. My friend, or the driver, was we found out that there was an appointment in the afternoon. I said, oh, no big deal, right? At 2:30. I said, we just have lunch and come back. And then we find out we couldn't make this appointment until you cancel the last appointment. And by the time we cancel the last appointment, there's no more appointment left for that day. None. So now I'm really worried. Because the next day, I said, what else could happen? So I said, I better call Mr. Koch. So I called Mr. Koch, and I say, look, I don't want to do anything funny. I just need an appointment. And Mr. Koch said, let me have lunch now, and I will tell you what I can do in about an hour. So an hour later, he sent me back a text. Go see Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao is in charge of the entire DMV. This poor guy, all I need is an appointment. So I said, okay. So I went after lunch, I went to the office, and I say, here's a text. I need to see Mr. Zhao. And the security guard looked at me, and he said, you need an appointment, don't you? So clearly, I'm not the first guy that did this stuff, right? I said, yes, I do need an appointment. He said, go to window 99. So when you go to the DMV, it's kind of like a DMV here. You have this big screen that they tell you, right? Your number's up, you go to certain windows, right? So I go to window 99, and I say, the guard just sent me here. I want to get, my Chinese driver license. And the guy looked at me and say, how old are you? I said, what the heck have they do? How old am I here? So I said, I'm 66. And the guy said, once you pass the age of 65, you don't need any appointments. You can just come. This is China. They tell you everything about what to do in the website, and they leave out some minor details. Now, 10 years ago, you would not even be able to find any of this stuff on the website. So it's progressism one way. Then you start scratching your head. Why don't you just put in big block letter, right? Over age of 65, you don't need appointment. So I get all my stuff done. I was happy. So I said, all you have to do is pay now. So I go to the payment line. They don't accept cash, and they don't accept credit card. And those are the only two things I have. I said, what do you accept? Well, we can take WeChat Pay, and we can take Alipay. I don't have any of those. So I turn and look at the driver. I said, can you pay for me, and I'll pay you? So I actually have a movable ATM there. And the reason why I want to share this story with you as a backdrop is China is moving extremely fast. right? So I'm going to talk about this rise in technology with 3 topics, okay? First is who is winning the race between U.S. and China, because U.S. is kind of like the gold standard, right, in the world in terms of technology. Secondly is what enables technology development, because if you have the right catalyst to do that, eventually, right, you surge ahead. And lastly is what the implication of the current technology development. And a bulk of my talk is actually going to be in the first one to give you some perspectives in terms of what's happening in China in technology development. But before I do that, let me give you some comparison between USA and China. Now, most of this data you probably already know, but let me just show it to you anyway. So the per capita income in China is $8,000. In the US is $56,000. By the way, Shanghai and Beijing is more than $20,000. And most of the news that we see in television or reading is actually from major cities. So the kind of provinces that Dr. So talked about in Gansu, in Qinghai, those are a lot more poorer than in Shanghai and Beijing. The area of China is about 3.7 million square miles, and is a tiny bit smaller than US, and basically is almost the size of Europe. Now, the population is about 1.4 billion people, and is about, how many times? Almost, more than 4 times the size of US. But I'm sure you have heard the Chinese population is peaking at 2027 because of the one-child policy that was implemented a few decades ago. And in the US, we'll probably surpass 400 million. But a big part of that is because of immigrations. As a matter of fact, when I was going to school, there's a lot of foreign students, and a significant number of them end up staying in the US because this is the land of the liberty, freedom, the quality of life, the business opportunities, and so on and so forth. So immigration policy has a lot to do with the rate of growth of the US populations. The reason why I put this slide out here is when people think about China, a lot of people think about China as being a homogeneous country. But you never think about Europe as being a homogeneous country, right? There's many languages, right? Many barriers, many boundaries. But China is exactly the same. It is made up of multiple ethnic races, right? And I mean, my father came from a village in Guangdong, and even a few miles, they don't even speak the same verbal languages, right? So when I was in Beijing in May, a guy that lives there talked about something that I can really relate to. He said, if you're a foreigner, you visit China for 1 week, you think you can write a book on China. If you visit for 1 month, then you realize all I can do is write a chapter. If you go there for a year, you said, I couldn't write anything about China anymore because it's changing too fast, right? So it's with that backdrop that I want to talk a little bit about technology because it's evolving very fast. So my first topic is who is winning the current technology race? US or China? Now I'm going to run a poll. Who think US is winning the technology race? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The longer I walk, more. Okay, who think that China is winning a technology race? Wow, a lot more people. Okay. Before I do that, let me just do a simple definition of technology, because technology means different things to different people, right? So I'm not suggesting this is a gold standard in terms of how you define technology, but it's just a pretty easy way for people to understand. So technology, in this definition, is just collection and knowledges of skills, processes, techniques, to produce goods or services. So in this sense, I cast a technology as a pretty wide net, right? Now, it's hard to say who is ahead there because of this wide definition. And the best analogy I can give you is like a personal health system. If I ask you, are you healthy? Now, it's a lot easier to say if you're not, because they already done the diagnostic, something is wrong with you, right? But if you have not done any of the diagnostics, there is many subsystems in the human body. There is the respiratory, the pulmonary, the digestive, the cardiovascular, right? I mean, like the Professor So talked about, I mean, lots of people have hepatitis. They didn't even know about it. So you're healthy or not? I don't know, depending on whether the thing is going to kill you. So lots of us do the annual health checkup. And you do the health checkup, you do some blood tests, and you waited for maybe half an hour to wait for the doctor to come in. And the doctor say, everything is within range. You're very happy. You run away. Oh, good. I'll wait another year to see it. But you really do not know unless you do some exhaustive diagnostics, right? So when you think about technology, I just want you to think about it is not an easy question to answer. Who is winning? So in that sense, both of the posts are right, in the sense that if you see U.S. is winning or that China is winning, okay? Because it's evolving very, very fast. But there are some things in here that I'll take you back to that could be helpful in terms of you thinking about this technology. So let me just quickly take you through the evolution of the technology in this valley here. So in the 60s and 70s is the semiconductors, right? I mean, as a matter of fact, that is why this place got the name Silicon Valley, because the basic ingredient of semiconductor is silicon. And silicon is actually have the same composition as sand in the beaches. That is why they call this a Silicon Valley. And I started my career in semiconductors. Then in the 1980s is personal computers and a little bit of biotechnology. As a matter of fact, if you bought one share of Microsoft and one share of Intel in 1980, you'll be very happy today, because those stocks have skyrocketed, you know, because of the PC. Then the 1990s is when the cell phones start coming out. So when the cell phone comes out, each generation of cell phone, you know, when you think about cell phone, you think about it as a communication devices. You think of computer as a computing devices. The later generation of the cell phone blurs the line between communication and computing anymore, right? And then in 2000, this is the internet. This is where, you know, our Vice President Al Gore talked about the information superhighway, right? And then in 2010, this is the time of the social media, the Facebooks, right, of the world, the Twitter, and so on and so forth. So when you look at this technology evolution and the history of it, and I'll talk a little bit about semiconductor first. I realize some of you might not have seen what a semiconductor looks like. Okay, so I brought some here. I can pass it around. So this is what's called a wafer. And when I started my career, it was 1.5 inch. That was the diameter of this wafer. And then I have 4 chips, which is basically the integrated circuit that make out the semiconductors. And those chips are actually used in our product in Synaptics. It's got a few million transistors in it. Now, can you just pass it around, please? Now, over time, since 1.5 inch wafers, they have now moved to 12-inch wafers, which is the size of a pizza. You think about it. Now, I have with me a silicon wafer that is about 5 inches in diameters. And what you see is grids in it, and each of the grid is basically one integrated circuit. Okay? So you can see that this 5-inch wafers is a lot bigger than a 1.5 inch, and 12-inch in terms of area is a lot bigger than 5-inch, right? So when we did this 5-inch wafer, we thought, my God, this thing is big. Well, until now, it's 12-inch now, right? And this is significant because every time when you increase the wafer size, you can pack more integrated circuit into each of the same wafer, right? So when you produce the wafers in the batches, you become a lot more, efficient and productive. And when you do that, the cost start dropping really fast. And the other thing that caused it to improve is what I call the resolution and processing. Resolution is what they call the live width that they can print on these wafers. And today, the state of the art is 14 nanometers. Just to put it in perspective, a nanometer is a billionth of a meter. An average paper is about 100,000 larger than a nanometer. So these are live widths that are very, very tiny. And the reason why the live width become tiny is you can pack more circuits into the same square areas. So this improvement in processing, I'm sure some of you heard about the Moore's law. So Gordon Moore is one of the founders of Intel. And he plotted, through successive years, and he predicted that circuits can increase in orders of magnitudes in about 18 months. And I'm going to show you a graph in a minute. And then the 2D and 3D processing further increase the capacity. So instead of just a two-dimensional, they start storing charges in the sidewall and all this and that. So what that means here is more and more powerful computer chips can be packed in the same wafer, in the same areas. And when you do that, you can have a lot more complicated circuits built into it. So today, the 14 nanometer technology is being driven by a lot of the communication chips. I'm sure I'm going to talk a little bit about the 5G telephone, cell phone later, or the 4G telephone, 3G telephone. All of those are fueled by this technology in terms of improving the communication computing capabilities. And then you can have higher resolution of displays. And by the way, when you think about the displays, they also have this, 5G, 6G, 7, factories, in terms of displays. And when you can do that, this is where we got rid of all the bulky CRT displays into LCD displays. And we move from LCD displays to organic, LED displays. And this is where you can start folding your display now. So with all of this improvement of technology allows you to build many, many different types of gadgets. And a lot of it you see every day in the valley today. Now this is the Moore's law on a graph. Know that on the y-axis is not linear, it's exponential. And the x-axis is number of years. So by 2016, you can actually pack 20 billion transistors onto a chip. 20 billion transistors. Now, for those of us like myself, we still remember the transistor radios. Okay, you know what that looks like, right? And in 1995, we can only pack 1 million transistors on the same chip. Just think about the progresses. Linear, but it's certainly proportional to the number of functions that you can do. And to put it in perspective, I'm going to show you the effect of this on the cost of memories. When I was in semiconductors, memory was a big deal because, look at us here, right? All of us don't have enough memory. I mean it psychologically. No. But the fact of the matter is, we store things, okay? And you never erase them, okay? And I certainly wish I can do a better job in my brain memory here. But this is cost of memory per megabyte. And on the y-axis, again, it's an exponential scale. On the x-axis is number of years, right? You can see the price, how much it drops. Today, there's actually only 2 memory suppliers in the world. I don't know if you guys know about it. There is Seagate Technology and there's Western Digital. Because people find it very hard to make money in the memories because of how fast the prices drop. Now, we as consumers loves it because, you know, cheaper is better for all of us, right? When I was in the semiconductors, the first guy to come up with the denser memory makes money. Second guy breaks even. The third guy loses the shirt. So if you go to the website today and say that I want to buy a terabyte drive. When I was going to school, a terabyte is astronomical figures. I said, who needs a terabyte? How much is a terabyte today? You're going to go to Walmart and buy it for $13, and it's free delivery. Free delivery. I just look it up in the website. You know what that means is 1.3 pennies per 1,000 megabytes. So, and this is what semiconductor has done in the technology as a user from memories. So who has won the semiconductor race? No doubt about it. U.S. has won. U.S. is the birthplace of the semiconductors. When I started in the Valley in the 70s, I mean, there are so many semiconductor companies. Literally, you can turn around and then you find another, company. By the way, almost all of that is gone, other than probably 1 or 2 or 3. Intel is probably one of the few that are remaining. So U.S. has won and has got very strong implications. And I'm going to explain to you why the semiconductor is so important in a minute. So if you look at the semiconductor consumption in China, China produced less than 50% of the semiconductor they use. Semiconductor is the largest input by value. It's more than oil. They import from outside China. So you can tell how important and how deficient they are in terms of semiconductors. So they are trying to catch up. Now, let me say a little bit about the industry for a minute. As exciting as semiconductor is, industry is also maturing and consolidating. And it's continue to consolidate every day. Again, when I was in the semiconductors, it's kind of started moving out of the area. First is you move all the lower end assembly and test to Asia. And eventually, you move the fab also out of the Silicon Valley. So today, what is remaining in the valley here, besides Intel, even Intel, the fab is actually shrinking. It's mostly design houses. So when I say design houses, because the manufacturing facility, which is also called fabrication facility, is very expensive. To build a state-of-the-art 14 nanometer fab probably costs you upward of $20 billion. So when I say 10 billion, it's actually a low ball figure, talk about. And the challenge of building a fab like that is it takes a long time for you to recuperate the investment. So what the industry has turned into is basically bifurcating between a fab and a fabless semiconductors. T.J. Rogers, who is the founder of Cypress Semiconductor, used to say, real men must have fabs. Well, guess what? Cypress don't have any fab anymore because it's just too expensive. Each generation of the fab requires more and more investments. the Intel is the only meaningful exception, except the fab in Intel, actually they're being used for internal consumptions. They don't really build for outside people. And when you look at fab, it's very capital intensive. When you look at fabless, which is the design of the chips, it's actually very software and intellectual property intensive. So when you bifurcate it, China is investing heavily to catch up. They're buying U.S. companies, for example. They're forming joint ventures because they realize this is a matter of national security to the Chinese. As a matter of fact, the other way to think about semiconductor is the equivalent to steel in the industrial revolutions, because without that, you really cannot do much of anything. So the U.S. has actually reacted to making it harder and harder for China to invest in technology companies. It's making it harder for China to buy U.S. semiconductor companies. I'm sure you have heard the news about there's this organization called CFIUS in the U.S. government that are looking at every deal, make sure that scrutinizing it and rejecting almost all the deal now that has anything to do with Chinese involvement in technology company and certainly in semiconductor companies. But China realized that they have to catch up. They don't have a choice. So here's some of the foundries. The world's largest foundry is TSMC. It stands for Taiwan Semiconductor Corporations. That's the largest foundries in the world. UMC and Global Foundries are not too far behind. UMC and TSMC are actually Taiwanese companies. Design is software and IP intensive, so you have a couple companies in the valley called Cadence and Synaptics. They are basically design tool houses that help people to put a circuit from paper into silicon designs. High Silicon is a company in China that's also fabless and is trying to do a lot of the fabless, do a lot of electronic circuit designs. Now, if you buy into the fact that Taiwan eventually becomes China one day, which is what China claims, right? So they actually have two of the largest fab in the world. The other important distinction about China in the rest of the world is when China look at those big investment, billion-dollar investment, they think of it as a national prerogative that they have to build it. So they actually spend a lot of money, state government money, to build it. Versus in other parts of the world, is more like a private enterprise. And you have to raise funding and do all that stuff to support it, right? So China is catching up, and there is no doubt in my mind that one day the gap will get closer and closer and closer between the two. So now, with that semiconductor out of the way, I'm going to talk about some of the related developments in either technology or technology development in China. And a lot of this development is just happened in the last decade. So first of all, before I do that, how many of you heard about made in, yes?
I was just wondering, where is China getting the materials right now?
Material, you mean like silicon wafers?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They can get it, they do it in China. Okay, they also procure it from outside China. Getting the material is not the biggest problem. It's really the technologies. Okay, the equipment, right? The equipment to produce wafers in the fab, right? The technology, right? To do the design. Like the ARM that I didn't mention. ARM is actually a licensing company in UK, okay? That has a microprocess design that they have to license that, to put into the circuits. Yeah. So made in China 2025. How many of you heard about that? Okay, a number of you, okay? So in 10 years ago, in 2015, it was a plan, a strategic plan. Talk about in public that that's what China going to do. And there are three very important elements in it. The first is they're going to move away from low value added factory and move to a lot higher value product and services. So think of it as the early stages of electronic. They're more like a screwdriver plane, right? You go in there, you do simple stuff. You do soldering, you do all that. They're saying, we're going to move away from that. We're going to produce some high value goods and services. The second thing they talk about is they want to increase the domestic content from whatever it is now to 40% by next year and to 70% by 2025. And the areas that they want to focus in are like pharmaceuticals, automotive, aerospace, semiconductors, information technology, and robotics. Now, if you look at the list, those are the up and coming differences in technologies, right? And that's what they say. They make it public. That's what I'm going to do in China. And our China policy is going to gear towards that. And then they say in the 100th anniversary, by 2049, the 100-year anniversary of the founding of the new Republic of China, they want to achieve a dominant position in the global market. Now, this is a very audacious goal that they talk about. Okay? Now, before I move to the next area of mobile phone, I just want you to step away and think about that for a minute. This is a very autocratic country. The central government says, I'm going to do this. It will get done. Right? So I'm sure you guys heard about the Three Gorges Dam. I can assure you there's no other countries in the world that can build it other than China for several reasons. First of all, if it happened in the U.S., we still will be doing environmental studies. And secondly, I visited the dam twice when they were being constructed. They're literally moving mountains. They were chopping up mountains to make cement right next door to this dam to make it. Now, the Yangtze River has been a flood problem for thousands of years. When you look at the history of China, every emperor, everybody has been trying to fix the Yangtze River floods. And the only solution that they figure it out is they have to build a dam. By building this dam, they raised the water level 125 meters upstream. They bury cities. They bury historical relics. Gone. Anywhere else with that, you think it would be crazy. They would not allow you to do that. Okay? As a matter of fact, a lot of people say if you want to destroy China, all you have to do is destroy the dam, because all the water will come out, will wipe out millions of people, in China. But yet it gets done. And it gets done because, when the central government says something gets done, there is no other debate. It just gets done, right? And so when people look at this kind of a thing, right, the closest I can come to in the U.S. is when President Kennedy talked about, I'm going to put somebody in the moon before the end of the decade, right? And they're from NASA and things happen. It is a really long-range planning tools, which is what they talk about they would do. Now, then I'm going to give you a few very specific sectors in terms of how all the semiconductors have changed, us and also changed China. So first I'll talk about is mobile phone. The total mobile phone user is about 4 times more in China than the United States. Now, China has got 1.4 billion people. Almost 1 billion of it has a cell phone. You look at that and say, wow, how did that happen? They have one advantage that we didn't have. They did not have landlines. We do. So as a matter of fact, I would say 25, 30 years ago, when my friends were building factories in China, they have a tough time of getting telephones. So one of my friends They pay a lot of money to get landlines, and they find out a lot of landlines don't really work. So he go to the local telephone office to complain. And what he saw was people were unplugging and plugging at different lines, like you are operating in a hotel, because they don't have enough landlines, and they collected the money. So they just kind of multiplexing one landline for multiple companies. That's what they're doing. So once a cell phone becomes available, everybody switch, because they don't have to worry about the landline, so they solve all the landline problems. Now, in October 2014, the number of cell phones actually exceeded the global populations. So the one thing that I worry most when I travel is I lost my cell phone. You guys agree with that? Yeah. I mean, all my information are there. All my pictures are there, right? Now, I'm going to show you some supplier of the cell phone. The number one supplier in the world is Samsung. Number two is Huawei. And you don't even see any Huawei phone in the US unless you procure it outside here. Number three is Apple. Now, here is the cell phone suppliers picture between 2017 and 2018. I have listed the top 5 cell phone suppliers in the world. 3 of the top 5 is Chinese cell phone suppliers. When you add up Huawei, Xiaomi, and Oppo, they own 1/3 of the world's market. Samsung and iPhone added together is the other 1/3 of the market. Then the other, remaining 1/3 is divvied up with a bunch of people. Motorola is no longer there anymore. Remember Motorola used to be one of the, do you see Nokia? No. Do you see Ericsson? No. Right? And you look at the year-over-year change, Huawei has improved almost 41% from 2017 to 2018. Xiaomi, almost 50%. Oppo, about 5%. And they are doing this at the demise of Samsung and the demise of the other people, right? So the strength of the Chinese cell phone supplier is really increasing by leaps and bounds. And I don't believe this is going to be abated. I think all you're going to see is China will continue to dominate the cell phone market. So when you look at cell phone evolution, 1G, how many of you guys know that cell phone has actually started in the Nordic countries? Anybody know? She does. It's actually from, in the boats, people are using that, And this is where the cell phone first started, is in Nordic countries. So the 1G, they make communication possible, right? Remember those 1G phones, they're huge, right? They cost a lot of money. The 2G phones, 10 years later, allowed them to have more secure phone calls and introduce mobile text messaging. That was the era when people talk about the feature phones from the dumb phones. That was started in 2G. Then the 3G started the smartphone areas, right? And this is where you start having a display and get rid of all the keyboards and stuff like that because you want a big display. You can see a lot of things. And then 4G facilitated high-speed connections that made it possible for you to stream videos. So it's no longer pictures anymore. Now, I could have said something about the imager quality that kind of obsoleted all the portable cameras. I could have talked about it, get rid of all the GPS devices, because right now they're all on the phones. So together with all that, it makes a lot of changes in terms of how we run ourselves, right, in our daily lives. So I'm going to talk a little bit about 5G. People talk about 5G all the time. What is this 5G animal? 5G has 3 significant advantages. First of all, it's faster speed. It's 10 times faster than 4G. Not a little bit, 10 times. So think about a high-definition movie. That used to take 10 minutes. Now it takes you seconds to download. So the minute you can do that, you can do a lot of other things, okay, which I'll talk a little bit about later. The second thing that you may not realize that make the big change is the sorter delays. This is another thing what people call latency. This is where you touch the telephone and it seems like forever for the phone to react to you, and you touch it many times, right, as it will make a difference, but it really does not. The 5G improve your latency. So it make it possible to see things real time with none of the millisecond delays. And then it has increased connectivities, right? So the technology in 5G actually can connect multiple devices in the same time. So think about it as a more robust system, it's faster, and they give you more capacity. So now the question is, what do you do with that capabilities? I'll give you a few examples here. First of all is, because of those three things, you can seamlessly work with a whole bunch of sensors, vehicle-to-vehicle communications, smart traffic lights. Today's traffic lights are pretty dumb, right? You have a sensor, your car gets to the sensor, it kind of knows about it. But there's really no reason that they cannot get smarter, right? Depending on traffic patterns, okay? Smart energy grids. Now, the energy is cheaper at night because used less at night. But why can you not personalize it depending on, real-time data? Smart home devices. I'm sure you guys heard about, thermostats and alarms and all that stuff, right? So a lot of that stuff that people talk about can be enabled because of those three things, which is less latency, faster, and higher density, right? How many of you heard about the Internet of Things? Internet of Things, IoT. So what is that? Basically, when I first heard about it, I scratched my head as well. What the heck is this? Basically, what it is Internet of Things think of it as a bunch of subsystem sensors surrounding you. Today, you already have it, but you're going to have a lot more of it, okay? And when it's all connected, you have more real-time information. It becomes smarter. So if you go to a consumer electronics show in Las Vegas every year in January, every year they talk about smart, they talk about connectivity. It's all because of this Internet of Things, right? So, they would have showcases like you walk into a home kitchen, the refrigerator will know what you're lacking, will have ordered it online for you already. You can actually run a recipe, download it, and the oven or the stove would tailor to the right temperature and give you the recipe real time, right? Sort of doing the cooking for you. It tells you everything about what to do, right? You can send a message to your husband or wife, when is dinner ready. So all this connectivity is because they have a lot of sensors in the refrigerators, they have sensors in the cooktop, they have sensors in your ovens, they have sensors, able to wire to your, telephone or whatnot, right? A lot of that really cannot be done today because they don't have this communication capability like 5G. And with that, it's going to happen. Now, it's going to take probably the next 10 years to roll them all out. So I don't want you to think about, it's going to happen tomorrow. First of all the telephone company has got to put in all the cell towers. Then you have to go buy new 5G telephones. Then all this application is going to follow, right? But it will happen because the technology is already out there. It's only a matter of economics, how fast they can roll this out. Huawei leads in 5G technology implementation, bar none. I'm sure you guys heard a lot about the newspaper today about how the U.S. government is concerned about Huawei's 5G technology. They're trying to stun, the Huawei's penetration into the U.S. They wanted to have companies, like Qualcomm, to catch up in the 5G implementation. But the cat is already out of the bag. Huawei is way ahead of everybody else. Okay, let's talk about mobile payments. That's the example I gave you about they don't take cash, they don't take credit card. They only take mobile payments. Look at this number here. From 2013 to 2016, the transaction went from 3.8 billion to 97 billion transactions. And in terms of dollar value, in 10 months in 2017, the total value in terms of dollar transaction is $12.8 trillion compared to United States in all of 2017, not just January to October, of $49.3 billion. I mean, the numbers are just staggering in terms of the differences. About 1 in 3 people uses mobile payment in China, versus about 11%. Versus 11% in 2017. So again, let me share with you a personal story. When I was in Zhenjiang, this vinegar capital, it's actually not a small city, but a small city in the Chinese way of thinking about it, okay? So they don't have cab running in the street unless you go to a hotel. So in order to get a hotel, unless you get a taxi, people use apps called Didi, which is similar to Uber. If you don't have Didi on the street, good luck to you. You'll never find a cab. And if you find a cab, you cannot pay it because they only take mobile payments. So I learned that in Xinjiang. I said, wait a minute. I go to China so often. I need to go solve this problem. So I went to a local, by the way, in order to have that Alipay or WeChat Pay, I have to have a China's bank account. I cannot have a U.S. bank account. So, and I went to a local China bank and I said, I want to set this up for Alipay. And took me a while to do that. It's similar to my Chinese driver license story, but eventually I got it done, okay? Guess how much it cost me? 5 yuan, less than $1 in perpetuity from my account. No minimum payments, no minimum balance, less than $1. It's a one-time payment. And the clerk that did it is almost apologetic and telling me, well, I'm sorry, it's going to cost you 5 yuan, but I have to charge you with this piece of plastic card. I'm sitting there, oh my God, what are you talking about? I mean, $1. Then I went to a local cell phone store, and I said, I'm going to go need a local cell phone services. And they have this package deal, okay, that cost me $2 a month to subscribe to a local cell phone. So basically for $3, I could have a mobile ATM machine in my hand. So that means it's very affordable, right? That's why you see those humongous number of mobile payment coming around. And they also have the advantage of no legacy system. In the US, what's our legacy? It's credit cards. They have no credit cards. So they just leapfrog the entire credit card cycle to mobile payments. And it's got big implications, because the minute you do that, you are stimulating a lot of other activities, because paying is so easy to do. And it's, like I said, it's another mobile ATM machines. So if I need some money, you just give me a Hong Bao, right? I collect money, I pay you back later. Very easy to do. Hong Bao is a name for red packets, right? Basically, just giving you some money and you pay me later. So WeChat and Alipay account today for 93% of the China's mobile payment. Alipay is actually number 1. WeChat Pay is number 2. Union Pay is coming in. Chinese tourists, in case you have not noticed, they actually, a lot of merchants here talks about we accept Alipay. Have you seen that? Huh? We accept WeChat Pay, right? They're expecting to spend over $450 billion in the next 5 years. And majority of them prefer mobile payments because they don't need to carry cash with them. You know, when I travel overseas, I don't like to carry cash because I can go to the ATM machines, right, and get my money. This is even better. I don't even need to get to the ATM machines. Almost 80% of the smartphone user in China will be using payment, versus 23% in USA and 15% in Germany. And again, the implication there is easy to do business. When it's easy to do business, you're going to see a lot of economic opportunity comes out. So many Chinese cities are now the closest to a cashless society. They don't carry anything. You go to a store to give you a QR code. You scan it, you pay it. That's the end of it. Okay, let's talk about high-speed rails. Remember I told you that size of U.S. Very comparable to the size of China, very comparable to the size of Europe, right? What that means is they really, when you look at the Chinese economic development, a lot of the migrant workers were moving from the inner part of China to go to the coastal areas to work, right? So China is really determined to build the infrastructure so that they can move people. And their goal is they can move from one city to the next city in less than 3 hours to the extent as possible, certainly less than a day. So one way to do that is high-speed rails. They have the fastest and the largest high-speed rail network in the world, 19,000 miles. And most of it was built in the last decade. I mean, when I was in Hangzhou and I went to Shanghai, you sit in this high-speed rail is something else. I mean, it's better than a first-class cabin when you go to a business class seat. You get a lounge, okay? It's very comfortable, and in less than an hour from Hangzhou, you're in Shanghai. In the U.S., did we see any rail? Forget about high-speed rails. You know what happened? In 1945, the oil companies and the car companies spent a very big lobbying effort to get rid of rails because they want people to drive. So all the rail system kind of died by the wayside. And the U.S. really, this high-speed rail that Governor Bryant talks about, my friend is my school friend is the chief engineer in terms of working on the consultation of that. Every now and then when I see, his name is Thomas, he will tell me, I don't know if it ever happens. Whatever happens. I mean, this is a rail that they're talking about, go from nowhere to nowhere, that they're talking about right now. And I didn't even mention about freeway in here. When I was in Tibet twice, between the last 2 times, the number of highway that they're building is staggering. They are drilling through mountains, okay, to tunnels to connect different parts. Just go to the website, you just punch in Chinese highway. It was astounding, the kind of highway they built. So what they're doing basically is connecting people and places to make sure that they provide economic, opportunities for people that are in the inner part of China versus the coastal areas. And then when you do that, you provide mobility, you stimulate economic activities. How about electric cars? If you go to China and you get a taxi, chances are you're in one of the electric cars. The number of vehicles in the first quarter of this year reaches about 250,000 cars in China. And it jumped from 117,000. So they more than double between year to year. In February last year, there's 3.2 million electrical cars, but 1.2 million of them is in China, and about 750,000 in the USA. Now in here, you hear about Tesla, you hear about Volt, you hear about all these cars, right? You go to China, I mean, they're everywhere. You look at it, I never thought about their electrical cars, but they're electrical cars. Okay, now let's talk about supercomputers. How many of you have heard about Cray? Cray Research, right? For the people that knows, Cray Research used to be in Mountain View. They're no longer there anymore. Okay? The supercomputers are very critical in terms of research and development and discovery because of the number of times and how fast they can crunch data. And you need that for modeling and simulations. The race to build the first exascale supercomputer is on between the two countries. So what is that? That's a billion to billion calculation per second. Just think about that number for a minute. 10 to the 18 per second instructions. That's called the exaflop. Flop is a floating, a point is one of the way in terms of how they calculate. But don't worry about it, okay? And in 2012, U.S. had the fastest supercomputer. They call it the U.S. Titan. They can do 27 petaflops, which is 1,000,000 billion instructions per second. In 2017, China overcome that by producing a supercomputer that can do 125 petaflops. Guess what? That's not long, because U.S. 2018, U.S. retake the lead again. They can do 200 petaflops. To put it in perspective, a 200 petaflops is equal to a person, every person on Earth, to do a calculation every second of a day for 305 days. And a computer to do it in the blink of an eye. I mean, this computer is like the size of a building. It's not a desktop anymore. Okay? Those are tremendous amount of parallel processing that goes on all the time. So when you can do this kind of calculation, you can actually afford a lot of modeling and simulations before you really, try the real thing. A friend of mine was in the worked for Texaco at one time, and this is about 30 years ago now. And his job was when Texaco was trying to figure out where they have oil, they would have a boat pull up all the sonic buoys. And this sonic buoy would ping the ocean floor all the time. So they would collect a contour in terms of what the ocean floor looked like. And they would guess what's the probability where there oil sitting over there. Okay? And at that time, every foot they drill for oil is $1 million. So it's a lot of money, right? And he used to tell me, a terabyte of data I have to go fix. Today, terabyte of data is like nothing. All of you guys probably have it at home, right? So this supercomputer allows people to do stuff like that, modeling, in a power that you've never thought about possible. As of November of last year, U.S. have 5 of the fastest supercomputer. China has 2. But China have 206 supercomputer, and the U.S. have 124. So they may not be as fast, they make it up in numbers. Okay, I'm sure you guys heard about artificial intelligence, right? Let's talk about that. So first of all, let me tell you what AI is not about. How many of you guys have seen the movie Space Odyssey 2001? Right? Remember there's a computer called HAL? It's pretty scary, right? So first let me tell you, it is not HAL. AI is not HAL. You need to get that out of your system here. But what it is, AI is the ability, that to be able to perform certain cognitive functions. So the example of technology that AI solve are like autonomous vehicles. The autonomous vehicles enabled by AI, because with all the sensors, stuff like that in the car, they have got to differentiate a cat walking across the street versus a lady in a wheelchair. Or versus, it's got to be able to see all that stuff and process it and be right the first time as you are driving. And all that is really enabled by AI, right? So what are some of the exciting things about AI? Now I'm going to go for a bunch of terminology. Don't worry too much about it, okay? But it has got some meaning that I want to share with you. First of all, in order to have AI, you have to have a tremendous amount of data set to train the system, right? Let me just call the system the computer for a minute, okay? To learn about, what this is, right? To differentiate a cat from a lady in a wheelchair, for example. And they call that a machine learning. So machine is learning, right, about what you're telling them on a very large data sets. Now, there's a big difference between US and China. In US, privacy is valued a lot more than in China. I probably have hundreds of my mugshot already taken in China without me knowing about it. Because as I drive, from one place to another place, there are all these cameras on the highway taking pictures, right? Because they have a very large data set, they actually is easier for them to train the system to do facial recognition, for example. So this machine learning algorithm detects the patterns, and they start making predictive analytics about this is what it is. And it gets better and better and better over time. And then there's another way of the machine learning called deep learning, which is another escalation of how the computer learns. So as an example of that, let me apply that to a fact that has happened. I'm sure most of you heard about Go, right? That is an ancient Chinese game. It's played on a 19x19 board. Very simple. You put pieces, in the cross section, and you win by capturing real estate. You surround a real estate that's your land, right? And then you count the number of empty spaces that you capture. This game is supposed to be out of reach of computers. You have chess game, and this is supposed. Why? The number of moves on a Go game exceeds the number of atoms in the world. Because it's so simple. You can put a piece anywhere. So this is kind of like the holy grail of computers. That can never get done. Well, guess what? The DeepMind in London, which is out Google, produced this game that defeated a Korean Go master 4-1 in October 2015. That was big news. The way how they did that, they sent 10,000 grandmaster Go games into the computer. And the computer learned day and night, to the point where the programmer don't even know what the computer is going to do. Now that is artificial intelligence, right? Guess what? They have 3 more successes. Next one is Alpha Go Master. They beat a Chinese Go Master in a 3-game match. Then, a few months later, AlphaGo Zero, by the way, I don't know why they come up with all these names. The AlphaGo Zero beat the AlphaGo Master 100-0. And then in December 2018, the Alpha Zero was introduced, and they beat AlphaGo Zero 60-40. The reason why I'm bringing this to you is I want you to know this thing is moving really, really fast. Now, here's the good news and the bad news. The good news is they can continue to produce computers that play better Go games. The bad news is that's the only thing this computer knows what to do. They cannot do shopping for you. They cannot turn on light for you. They can only play Go. And this is kind of the limit of artificial intelligence today. You train them to do one thing, they do one thing exceptionally well, but they don't know how to do anything else after that. Okay, so I'm going to show you some of the artificial. So first of all, this on the left is a robot that's making coffee. And you can find it in Berkeley and in San Francisco. The one on the right is robot in the Amazon fulfillment center. There's no people in there anymore. This is a female in a Japanese retail store telling you what to do when you walk in there, because Japan is actually having a lot of problems with manpower, right? Guess what? This is a news anchor in China. It's fake, run by artificial intelligence. Just to show gender equality, they also have a man in China doing English AI anchors. So all of this is happening as we are speaking right now. Okay, so Boston Consulting Group talked about, the implementation study in December of these managers. To make a long story short, China is leading in the AI globally in that. And one of the reasons why is in 2017, China actually have another one of those national initiatives to promote AI. So let me touch base on internet connectivity here for a few minutes. This is a graph talking about the number of bits, number of information that can transmit it, right? The important thing here is in 2010, the worldwide IP traffic exceeded 20 billion gigabytes. But in 2017, it went above that, like nothing. But 90% of the world's data were produced in the last 2 years. That means it's happening really, really fast here. Now, what has happened? What I mean is the internet environment in China is getting very competitive because there's opportunities and everybody goes onto it. And either you survive or you die. On the average in 2018, a unicorn is a private company that's valued over $1 billion in capitalization. They one produced every 38 days. That tells you about the economic opportunity there. And they are aggressively targeting areas that you may not be familiar with in Southeast Asia, India, Latin America, Africa. 44 of the 100 top apps in India and 5 of the top mobile apps are developed by China. Those are countries you haven't heard about, right? Alibaba and WeChat are investing billions of dollars every year. As a matter of fact, the way you can find out is Alibaba generated almost $6.4 billion on tech investments. Those are return on investment. And WeChat generated almost 18%. Didi, basically, Uber has thrown the towel and sold itself in China to Didi. Uber used to be in China. They have 30 million trips per day completed on the Didi platform. And they're aggressively moving into other places. Meituan, you may not have heard about it, but if you're in Beijing, I guarantee you have seen their motorcycles. They're the world's largest online, offline platforms, okay? And their goal is to serve 1 billion customers around the world every day. And what they do, one of the things that I'm very familiar with that is you have an order, okay? And they will ship your food, to whoever you want. A lot of my friends actually order for the aging parents. They don't have to cook, and Meituan service that. Total, this is something that you may not heard about, okay? This is a company that uses machine learning, artificial intelligence, to tailor the news that you get, personalize it, based on what you like, what you don't like, and your reaction to the news, right? So this is very dangerous, right? You tend to get the thing you like, and you keep looking at the thing you like, and pretty soon you ignore the opposing, opinion. So who wins the technology race? I think U.S. and China are both leaders. And I don't think that anyone can say, and they're moving too fast for you to figure out anyway. Okay, and then there are a lot of geopolitical things. I think Clay kind of talked a little bit about that, showing all the different things. The world leadership and influence, China have a saying, right? One mountain cannot have 2 tigers. So this is what's happening. The 2 tigers are fighting it out. The trade war that you hear, to me, is like a technology war. It's not a trade war, even though they talk about trade imbalances. But the sticking point with all this stuff is really technology. And the access to market, the talent, the technology is behind all this stuff. The one thing that I worry about most is the U.S. China relationship will never be the same anymore. And that is very harmful in a way in terms of future development in the global order. Okay, so what enables technology development? I would say there's 5 things. There's the government, there is knowledge, human resources, finance, and return on investments on business opportunities. So let's talk about government. If you look at U.S. Congress, our average age of senator is 62, and congressman is 58. China, until President Xi Jinping changes it, actually have a mandatory retirements and term limits. Mostly lawyers in the U.S. Congress. In China, it's mostly engineers. Technology companies are a source of concern in the U.S. talk about privacy, they talk about antitrust. They have very poor understanding between government and technology sector. A lot of it is the technology company's fault. We hardly do any lobbying in Washington. The company, the sector, they do a lot of the work is pharmaceutical, defense, agriculture. Technology doesn't stay there. China has got a totalitarian government, right? So they have long-range planning in terms of the 2025 national goals. One of the most famous, how many of you guys seen the Orange Hedge talking to Mark Zuckerberg on TV? Yeah. What did he say? How do you make money? I mean, you look at it, how can a senator ask a question like that? But that's what he did. Okay, in knowledge base, I want you to see the U.S. still have the best schools, okay? But China graduates more engineers. 15% of the college grad in the U.S. have STEM degrees. 40% in China has STEM degrees. Now, another very significant thing is 90% of the college students graduate in China. In the U.S., less than a third, about a third graduate in 4 years, about 50% graduate in 6 years in public universities. In private universities, a little better. It's about 50% graduate in 4 years and about 60% graduated in 6 years. Now, they have a lot, better quality of life in the U.S., which is why a lot of foreign students stay, right? We have venture capitalists, angel investors, you go for IPO. And so there's a lot of positive in the U.S., but China also have a lot of things to offer. Now, one thing that China has to worry about is a shrinking population growth, right? So something they have to fix. Okay, what's the implication of the current technology development? First of all, the first industrial revolution is a steam engine. Then you have electricity. Then you have electronic, and information technology. Every single one of them makes significant changes. So the current industrial revolution is what do I call the digital revolution. Now, the digital revolution is all about connectivity. They connect people together. The opportunity I already talked about in terms of AI, robotics, nanotechnology, all this. So all of this has opened up new markets, new opportunities. And every generation have increased productivity, quality, lower cost, expanded mobility, and so on and so forth. They're all good stuff, right? So when people have cars, for example, they might get rid of all the horses business, but the cars produce satellite cities. And all of a sudden, you have all the suburbs building up and creating more jobs. But this industrial revolution is a little bit different because they actually have a lot more innovation and in many different sectors, and it's not just lots, it's happening in dizzying speed. And the knowledge worker have significantly better opportunities. So when jobs are disappearing, because of robots and stuff like that, the people that programs the robots have good jobs, right? It's the people that are stacking the shelves, those are the jobs that have risk. So I'm going to give you a closing remarks in a minute, okay? And I have an ask for all the teachers here. That's my request for you. So in April 1961, this is where the space race happened. President Kennedy gave this, Need a Human Moon. And then 1969, we just landed the 50th anniversary, right? By the way, in 1998, the International Space Station have 15 countries collaborated on this international. So it's no longer a race. It's more like a collaborations, right? So what I want you to think about is they don't have to be a race, right? In the 80s, when Japan was coming up as a semiconductor threat to the US, we actually have this term called competition, which collaboration and competition. The lines between competition blur because they have all of these opportunities here, right? And there's many opportunities and breakthroughs that both countries can work together, much like the International Space Stations. But we need talents. We need STEM talents in the US. So my ask for you is encourage your student to be interested in STEM. Why? Look at the average age of a NASA engineer. 28 years old in 69. In 2014, the average age is 47. And this year, I bet you it's closer to 50. 15% of 20 million college students equal to 3 million potential STEM graduates. China's college student enrollment is very similar to US today. They have a lot more population, but less people go to colleges. But because of the 40%, they have 8 million potential STEM graduates. So you can see the differences here, right? A lot of the students in our school think about math, science is difficult. You need to get them to think about it's a lot more fun, a lot more impactful, all right? When I was asked to do a presentation to the kids about engineering, what I did was I got a bunch of peanut butters and crackers. And I asked a sixth grader to build the biggest and the largest peanut butter cracker bridge you can do. I said, that's engineering. You have to make it interesting, for them so they don't think about the challenge and difficulties related to study that. And we need them, and we need them badly. Okay, so thank you for your attention. I know I kind of run, above the time limit here. Sorry about that. Okay.
So much, Francis, but I think that everybody thought that was really fascinating. Everybody stayed. They didn't get up and go and get their lunch, so I know that they were really, really engaged. But that means we don't have time for Q&A. But Francis is staying for lunch, and again, right. He's squeezing us in between 2 plane trips. He just came from Seattle, and he's going back to Seattle. He just came for this. So go ahead and pick his brain.
Thank you.
He will be here for lunch. I also want to just mention that our after lunch speaker, Darlene Chiu Bryant, has arrived, and she'll be here for lunch as well, so you can pick her brain during lunch. There she is. And so we'll come back in at 12:45, is everybody okay with that? and Darlene's been very kind. You can eat while she's talking, so that's nice. Thank you, Darlene. We'll see you at 12:45.
is on their. Okay. Shall we start with that? Whoa. First of all, a disclaimer, because I used to be a political consultant. Anything I say only reflects what my opinions are, does not reflect any third party, does not reflect what GlobalSF says. And the goal of today, and of course the goal of the last 2 days, is for everyone to walk away with a better understanding of what's going on. For me, I like providing context, ergo, I tell a lot of stories. But we'll go from there, okay? First of all, who founded modern day China? You guys have been here now the last 2 days. I expect you guys to know. Come on. Yes, okay. Who is known for starting the CPC, Communist Party of China? Thank you. Xi Jinping is? Okay. China's president was, correct. China's president. Deng Xiaoping, does that ring a bell? Yes? Yeah. He opened China, as many, sorry?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. Opium War was fought with who? Wow, you guys are really good. Huawei is, we already know. Okay. And SOE is?
State-owned enterprise.
Okay, I wish I had gift cards for everyone. You'll see all the answers shortly. Princeling is?
Children of former party leaders.
Yeah, children of former party leaders or of founders of major enterprises in China. The manufacturing capital of China is? Shenzhen, part of Guangdong, but Dongguan actually probably beat Shenzhen, but you have Huawei, so they're going to fight. Okay. China's population is? 1.9 Okay, and what is PRC versus ROC? If you're here today, you better. Let's look at the answers. You guys did a good job. 1.4, but okay, for China. Okay? People's Republic of China versus the Republic of China, Taiwan, even though there's pictures of Mao Zedong and Chiang Kai-shek when they were growing up. Oops. Oops. Next. What do you know about U.S. China trade? When did U.S. China relations normalize? And with who? Mao and who? Okay. What year? Kissinger went in 71, Nixon went in 72. Okay. And what U.S. market accounts for what? And the U.S. market accounts for what percentage of China exports? You'll find out. I'll show you. And who is the largest trading partner in the U.S. for China? Let's see. As I said, Nixon normalized relations with China in 1972. There's a picture of them talking, one of the many meetings. They started what we refer to today as ping pong diplomacy. And the U.S. market accounts for 20% of China's exports. And California actually is one of the biggest trading partners for China. We imported a total of $441 billion. And China was actually the largest source of imports at $161.1 billion. And then we exported a total of $26.2 billion to China, including Hong Kong, because Hong Kong is now part of China. Did you guys know that our largest import to China is not computer and electronics, but it's actually services? What services? Legal services, banking, right? Those are all services. Seriously, we export a lot. Legal services, almost every single law firm I have now has a China practice, and they have offices in China, really. And then, so computer electronics is only 4.1 billion, machinery 2.4, transportation 1.5, chemicals 1.4 billion, waste and scrap 1.3 billion. Name some scrap materials and waste that we're exporting.
Garbage, cardboard, newspaper.
Yeah, newspaper, plastic. Did you know that one of the first things that we were exporting was our used rubber tires? Yeah, and as for the service industry, 9.1 billion in 2016 alone. 61,000 jobs in the state of California. That's amazing, right? Okay, foreign direct investment. This is actually one area that I do a lot of work in, but starting in, I always say, this is my one story, and I'll share one of my stories. When I joined China SF, Mayor Ed Lee at the time had appointed me to head up China SF in 2012. So in 2013, we actually co-hosted a Invest in U.S. Real Estate Summit, right, at the U.S. Embassy in Beijing, and I was, and our ambassador at the time was Gary Locke. So I remember arriving in Beijing on Sunday. We had the summit on Monday, and then on Tuesday, I got on the plane to come back because I couldn't spend that much time in China. On Wednesday, I had an investor actually arrive in California, in San Francisco, on his private jet. He is now one of my biggest investors. They have invested now probably close to $3 billion, right? But he has said to everyone, I only want to stay in California, and he really has not left the state. Even though he's looked at New York and Boston, they have only invested in the state of California, which is cool. But real estate is not the only thing that that Chinese investors invested. However, for the amount of investment that comes in from China, Canada is actually a bigger investor, right, or a bigger source of foreign investment than China. A lot of people don't know that. We always hear about China. I don't know if it's the xenophobia or what have you, but it is what it is. So, but as a result of the trade wars, the foreign direct investment has stopped. Or dropped. I should not say stopped. I'm actually getting more quality investment now. It dropped in 2015 to $5.4 billion only. And the thing is that if people say, you know what, it's because of Trump, actually it isn't. If you think about it, it's actually probably because, actually I would call it, it's because Xi Jinping decided, I want you guys to focus your money on China. I'm not letting you take the money out of China anymore. So it's been really difficult for Chinese enterprises to get the money out. They just won't let it come out. There's so many controls. It's not like in the US. We do whatever we want with the money, right? We're used to freedom. We're a democratic country. In China, it doesn't happen that way. Their RMB is still not convertible. And they have SAFE, right? SAFE. And then that's one of the agencies that actually control foreign exchange and currency. So the money has not been coming out, mainly because of that reason, and also now with Xi Jinping, with the two administrations fighting about, literally what I say, it is the technology war. The foreign direct investment has decreased significantly from China. Looking back in history, did you know that our trade relationship with China started in 1784? Maybe earlier than that. Do you guys know that? What kind of products did we trade back then with China? Yes. Tea, textiles, and then what did the U.S. sell to them? Ginseng, but also furs and what have you, right? So there are a lot of goods that were being exchanged. However, what happened, and then we talk about the Opium War, because the U.S. wanted so much more from China, right, than they could export, they started selling opium to make enough money so they could buy the products back from China, right? Because China was making furniture for them, making plates and what have you, teas and everything else and spices. So Opium War started, and then Hong Kong became a British colony, and for 99 years, and then in 1997, it went back to China. Does anybody know the result of what's been going on with Hong Kong? Well, let me elaborate. I like to tell the story, and I'm going to probably tell too many stories, that China, let me put the backtrack. Shanghai has traditionally been the port and trading city of China, right? And then communists came in, they took over, You guys know this already. I don't have to be here. But the thing is that, communism took over. They closed the doors to the West, and then Hong Kong became a British colony. So Hong Kong became basically the door to China, right? So for 99 years that happened, and then, but prior to 97, and even when you see with the opening of China and everything, you'll see that China has been slowly but surely trying to replace Hong Kong as a force and as a financial center, actually, or a go-to place for China. Because with economic growth, and then when I mentioned, when I asked earlier about Deng Xiaoping, what did he do actually? Deng Xiaoping was educated in France, which I think is always important. I actually always tell parents and I tell friends and family, I know you grew up in China, I know you grew up in the United States, but if you ever have a chance to go and live and work in a different country, do it, because you come back with a whole totally different perspective. I myself actually did that. I was born in Hong Kong, actually, but I came here when I was 10 months old, so what am I? I'm actually American born, right? I say American born, less 10 months. Anyways, and then I went back to Hong Kong to work for 10 years, and that's actually when I learned how to do business with China. That's when I learned how to speak Mandarin, because my friends will tell you when I first went back to Hong Kong, even my Cantonese, one sentence, one word in Chinese, the rest is English, right? By the time I left in 10 years later, I could speak Mandarin and I could say a whole sentence in Chinese. Yay! But that was a long time ago. And then what I'll say with Deng Xiaoping is that because he was educated overseas, he really knew what China needed to do in order to catch up with the rest of the world, right? Let me tell you a story. When the communists took over, when the communists, as I say, were coming in, my grandfather left China. He was KMT. And then, I'm sorry, I didn't know this would happen. So he left when, because he was KMT, the communists were moving into the village. All his fellow, cousins and brothers saying, you better leave because, you're going to go to jail soon. So he left with his second wife and went to Hong Kong. And my dad, stayed in China. He went to Guangzhou. And then in the mid-50s, decided, I'm going to go to Hong Kong. And so he did, to join his dad. And then shortly after that, he came to the U.S. with my mom in '63, right? Because if you're Chinese, you have to go to America for the Golden Mountains, right? You have to find a way to make money overseas, because if you stay in Hong Kong, who knows what you're going to end up doing at the time. 1972, 1971-72, my dad calls my grandfather, hey, I'm going back to China. Are you crazy? My dad did. And he went to China for the very first time. He actually started his China trade business at that time. Prior to that, he'd gone to Taiwan, but as soon as Nixon went, he said, I'm gonna go. So he went back to China, and that's where I say I started learning about China, and that's my China experience. That's where it all started. Yes, the 10 years in Hong Kong did make a big difference, but the experience that my dad brought to the table, actually helped me know and made me who I am today. So, that being said, open door policy led to opening. That was when Deng Xiaoping decided we have to do things in China differently, open to the rest of the world, and two, internally, let's set up some special economic zones so that we can help those create a mechanism where we can attract foreign direct investment, and then set up policies where companies can actually grow a lot faster than the rest of the country, and basically help people make money, right? But they wanted to create a mechanism to attract the foreign direct investment at the time. So the special economic zones were started about the 80s, late 70s, early 80s, and I remember they were in Shenzhen, they were in Shantou, they were in Xiamen, right? And then those places have grown significantly since then, clearly. I remember in 1977, my first time to China, I was in Shenzhen. It was like a fishing village. Nothing was going on, right? You cross the border in Hong Kong. You're sitting in a train station that actually looks like a shack, right? I was sitting on these crate barrels, little crates. That was my chair, and I ordered a bottle of Vitasoy. Everybody know what Vitasoy is? Okay. And I had my bowl of noodles. I remember that was my meal. And then we got transported. Then we took the train to Guangzhou, and then from Guangzhou, I flew to Beijing. That was my first trip to China, 1977, with my dad. And then as a result of that, for example, and then I'll say, and the reason why I bring that story up is because today, Shenzhen has grown and has become a metropolis, right? We have Huawei that's, Huawei is actually headquartered there. We have Vanke that's headquartered there. We have quite a lot of real estate developers that are headquartered there as well. Apple phones were actually made in Shenzhen for quite a while, right? But the thing is that that was the hub as a result of the special economic zone that was created, that actually now, if you go there, the only natives are the children who were born to parents who had moved from different provinces, right? Everybody basically from Shenzhen, the natives, they probably don't exist anymore. It's really weird. It's a very, very diverse, very, very, in terms of Chinese, right? Chinese nationals, very, very diverse city. When you're there, you're basically transient and you move around. So that was the special economic zones. Foreign trade zones. Forward 20 years later, China wanted more stimulation, and they created the foreign trade zones because we're starting to complain about, hey, your RMB, your dollar is not convertible. Oh, does anybody remember what a FEC is? Has anybody heard of what FEC is? Foreign exchange certificate, right? Foreign exchange certificate. So back in the day, foreigners were not allowed to use the Chinese currency RMB. They could only use foreign exchange certificates because that was converted from, foreign currencies, right? So we can only use foreign exchange certificates. I remember a time when my dad's friend was so upset at having to use only FEC, he took up an RMB and burnt it in front of everyone in China. Can you imagine what kind of spectacle that created? Anyway, okay, enough of my stories. And then so the foreign trade zones, in the early, I would say 2010, it was about 2010, 2012, China started to look at starting foreign trade zones because they wanted to and the thing about China, I'll give them credit for, is that whenever they want to do something, they don't come up with a plan. These special economic zones, they were all kind of incubators in their own right. The companies that go there, it's like no law, it's a lawless land. Francis, correct me if I'm wrong. But the thing is that it was really like, you can go there, basically do whatever you want. I remember when I was talking to someone from China Development Bank, and this was back in 2013, I said, so, and we're in Shanghai, and he was sitting in the foreign trade zone, or the free trade zone, as some other people call it. And I said, so what's going to happen with RMB? I mean, you guys, they say that RMB is going to be able to go in and out of these trade zones freely. So I can have people remit RMB out of like Lingang, right, to San Francisco. They can buy a piece of property and then have it converted to US dollars in the States. He goes, I really don't know. You heard this all the time. Because and people actually have also learned, they're afraid to also take the first step, right? They don't want to get in trouble, right? Because they don't want to go to jail. People are still going to jail even though they have, the one example I like to use is high-speed rail, right? The guy who made high-speed rail in China happen probably built the most number of kilometers of rail known to mankind. He was thrown in jail, even though he did what he did. He was thrown in jail for corruption. Okay, you're thrown in jail, but imagine, nothing you did for the country is good enough. If you set a bad example, bang, you're in jail, which is really sad. Yes, he did deserve it, but it's sad at the same time. Anyway, so the foreign trade zones. I can say I haven't seen any benefit come out of it. I haven't seen any more business happen as a result of it. And so I always say, China is always coming out with ways or initiatives. I call them propaganda. Belt and Road. Has anybody heard about Belt and Road? I'm not asking you anymore. I want to hear from someone else. Yes. Tell me what Belt and Road is. Okay. Can someone tell me what Belt and Road is?
The modern-day Silk Road is opening up both land and sea routes, but going to other locations.
Yeah.
Inland.
Right. So the thing is that, yes, it is kind of the modern Silk Road, but I think it's smart that Xi Jinping is using the Silk Road as his way to dominate the world because he doesn't want the U.S. to do it. That's what I say. Correct me if I'm wrong, but at the end of the day, it's all a way for them to say, I can do it without the U.S. And because the U.S. is always asked, so what is the role for United States now that China has the Silk Road? I mean, you guys aren't on the map. We compete, right? That's what Americans are doing. We're competing, and that's what China is doing now. And the last initiative I want to talk about that China has been talking about for the last 2 years is the Greater Bay Initiative. Because in China, can anybody rattle off 2 or 3 of the bays in China, where they are? So Hong Kong, I mean, in Guangdong province, you have the Pearl River belt, the bay, and then Yangtze River, Yangtze Delta Bay, and then further north in Tianjin, you have that bay. So there's 3 bays in China. And again, similar to the foreign trade zones, the special economic zones, China says, let's create these greater bays, right, to make them the center or the hubs for technology and innovation. And I'm saying, okay, let's see what we can do. It's actually an opportunity, if you think about it. It's an opportunity for companies and cities and organizations. And I'm actually, to be quite frank, I said GlobalSF will partner with you. And we are actually meeting with them to say, hey, what kind of exchanges can we officially have, right? I will represent the city of San Francisco, the Bay Area. We will work with, at this point, maybe the Pearl River Delta Bay and say, what are some of the exchanges we have? Whether it be innovation, right? Are we going to look at AI, right? Are we going to look at telecommunications? 5G at the end of the day is what everybody's talking about, but I think China really needs a lot of help. And I actually also always call China the copycat nation, because when I was working in Hong Kong, I was working in, I call it fine chemicals, but it was actually generic pharmaceuticals, right? And we had China was the biggest manufacturer of generic pharmaceuticals, the powders, right? The white powder, I call them drugs. They're literally drugs. So China was actually the biggest manufacturer of generic pharmaceuticals for many years. And then when they came to copycat, they were the first also in the world to come up with and to reverse engineer all the 5FU. I know I don't like to talk about that because it's a cancer drug. But the thing is that they were also very, very quick when it came to reverse engineering products that would be coming off patent soon. So China is a nation that has traditionally, for centuries, been a copycat nation. They really lack the innovation, but they do have a lot of smart people. And as a result of the trade wars, I said, you know what? China will find a way to make things happen, even with whatever is happening here with the trade, with the tariffs and everything. China will find a way to make things happen. And all of a sudden, I lost my train of thought. China, that's why China has been looking and working with incubators and co-work space in the U.S., right? To say, could you please come and help us start an incubator? Some of the companies I can rattle off, 500 startups has been spoken to. Rocket Space, has anybody heard of Rocket Space? Rocket Space is the incubator that came up with Uber, or they incubated Uber. That's their claim to fame. So just FYI, if anybody ever asked you. But companies like this from the Valley have been asked, right, to go to China. So I see that the Greater Bay Initiative, they're going to want to attract companies like Rocket Space to their spaces so that they can build these incubators of more technology. Not that China is not doing much of it now, right? Tencent is spending a lot of money in this space, right? And Baidu is probably spending a lot of money in this space. But that's what's going on. Let me see if there's some notes that I wanted to share, because I may forget. Okay. Oh, billionaires. How many billionaires do you think China has? Or let me backtrack and say, which country has the most billionaires in the world? China. I'm sorry. China has the most billionaires. In 2018, worldwide, we have 2,000, this is 2018, okay? Worldwide, we had 2,208 billionaires. In China, we had 819. In the US, we had 571 only. India had 56. Those are the top 3 countries with the greatest number of billionaires in the world. By the end of 2018, because of what had been going on in China, whether it be, you can say, because of looking inward policy that Xi Jinping has started, or whether it's because of the trade war, China lost 50 billionaires. China alone lost 50 billionaires. Just thought I'd share stats. Let's see. Chinese global companies. Have you guys all seen these? I want to ask a question. How many of you here have been to China? Wow, everyone. Okay. Have you guys, and what do you think of, how am I going to phrase this question? When you think about, okay, when you hear that, the government is watching you, how do you feel when you're in China versus the US? Let me share a story. When I was in Guizhou, does everybody know where Guizhou is? No? Yes? Guizhou is actually the home of Mao Tai. You guys know what Mao Tai is? You guys know what Mao Tai is. If you've been to China, you know what Mao Tai is, right? It's the baijiu. It's basically the vodka of China, or the branded baijiu of China. It's the home of Mao Tai, or the province, actually. In Guangxi, which is the capital of that province, we were invited to visit a data center. And I walked in. And they're being supported by Baidu and also by Alibaba. But you walk in there, you realize that China has their eye on every single person in the country. It doesn't matter if you're foreign or domestic, they have their eye on every single person in the country. I mean, they were showing us the cameras, the data that they were collecting, right? If you're walking on the street, if you're in a bus, if you're in a car, they have cameras everywhere. So, my next question is, how much do you think you're being watched in the US?
Same.
Right? You've got Alexa, you use Siri, everybody uses the Google. I personally had decided I'm not getting an Alexa in the house. I don't want anybody hearing what's going on in my home, right? But we're being monitoring just as much, but in a different way, right? Yes?
So with these lists of companies here, I've noticed one that is missing, and I guess I could be wrong, but where does Wish fall under? Is that even like a major player?
No, this is not inclusive, or exclusive, what have you. I was just providing an example of global companies from China.
I just didn't know if it's popular here. I didn't know if it had any sort of stakes as far as a major player like Alibaba does.
They probably do, but I'm not sure what extent. Sorry, I can't provide more insight. Okay. And then has everybody knows Huawei. We're going to talk a little bit more about Huawei. Lenovo. Oh, and Lenovo, when we talk about privacy, another thing that my organization as a rule, we have actually said you are not buying any electronic equipment in China if you're going to use, or if you personally, I don't care. If you're going to use it for business purposes, you are buying all your electronic equipment in the US, because they do install tracking devices in equipment made in China. Yes, Lenovo does that. Just want to let you know. If you think you're going to go to China and buy a Lenovo computer because it's cheaper, you're going to be tracked, and it's not going to be funny. I had my staff come back and clean up the whole hard drive, just FYI. So we did that. Everybody knows what Xiaomi is? Yeah, cool. Xiaomi. Huawei. I actually wanted to use Huawei as a point of discussion, and we actually started when Francis talked about what is the trade war all about. But did you guys get, have you guys read up on how Huawei is being introduced in Wiki? Can we read that, go through that? Let's read what they say they are, or I don't know who wrote this, okay? Huawei is a Chinese multinational technology company that provides telecommunications equipment and sells consumer electronics, including smartphones, and is headquartered in Shenzhen, Guangdong Province. The company was founded in 1987 by Ren Zhengfei. Initially focused on manufacturing phone switches, Huawei has expanded its business to include building telecom networks, providing operational consulting services, equipment enterprises inside and outside of China, manufacturing communications devices for the consumer market. Huawei has over 188,000 employees as of September 2018. Around 76,000 of them engaged in R&D. They have 21 R&D institutes around the world, including U.S., but I think they're shutting it down and moving out. And in the late 2010s, opened the dedicated Oxhorn campus. As of 2017, the company invested $13.8 billion US dollars in R&D alone. Huawei has deployed its products and services in more than 170 countries. As of 2011, it served 45 of the 50 largest telecom operators, numbering over 1,500, each 1/3 of the world's population. Huawei overtook Ericsson in 2012 as the largest telecoms equipment manufacturer in the world, and overtook Apple in 2018 as the second largest manufacturer of smartphones in the world, behind Samsung, as Francis already told you all. It ranks 72nd on the Fortune Global 500 list. In December 2018, Huawei reported that its annual revenue had risen to $108.5 billion US dollars, and that was a 21% increase over 2017. Though they are successful, as we all know, Huawei has faced difficulties in some markets due to cybersecurity allegations, primarily from the United States government, that Huawei's infrastructure equipment may enable surveillance by the Chinese government, especially with the development of 5G wireless networks, which China has aggressively promoted. There have been calls from the US to prevent the use of products by Huawei or fellow Chinese telecom ZTE by the US or its allies. Huawei has argued that its products pose no greater cybersecurity risks than those of any other vendor, and that there is no evidence of the US espionage claims. Nonetheless, Huawei pulled out the US consumer market in 2018 after these concerns affect the ability to market the consumer products there. With intensification in May 2019, in the midst of ongoing trade war between China and the US, Huawei is restricted from doing commerce in the US with US companies and not just with the federal government, due to alleged previous willful violations of US sanctions against Iran. On June 20th, our president reached an agreement to resume talks with China and announced that he would ease the aforementioned sanctions on Huawei. Thoughts? How much do you think is propaganda? It's not a test. I really wanted a conversation about this. Yes?
I have some friends in high tech who said it's just a common occurrence that whenever they work with a Chinese company, that the Chinese company has stolen their processes and their technology. They openly say that. So as much as I was trying to defend Huawei at first, I actually posted on Facebook, like, is this just US propaganda? And a lot of my friends who work for tech companies said, no, it's not. They steal everything.
So there's a couple of things going on here. Yeah, so there are a couple of issues here, right? One is China stealing technology from the US. I'll say anyone will and can, it doesn't matter what color, nationality, or where or country you're from. One, that happens, right? Second of all, in the U.S. of A, when you have a contract with any government entity, they make sure that you follow certain criteria. You cannot do business with Iran. You cannot, do this, that, and the other. I will confirm that they stupidly said, we are not doing business with Iran, when they actually do have a contract with Iran, right? So if you do that, of course, you cannot do business with the U.S. federal government. Like if I were to do business with Iran, my contract with the city of San Francisco would be automatically, stopped and canceled because you can't do that. Yes?
I think that it's kind of worrisome because in the United States we do have that, like it's a code and a moral code and an understanding, and it's a trust whether it's in words or writing. And when somebody violates that openly with multiple different contracts, I think it just makes people really nervous as far as stability goes with trade, or and just the amount of loss that you can have because of the amount of money that's being traded.
Yeah, agreed. I think in the U.S., from a context perspective, we're all about ethics. We have a code of ethics that everybody abides by. It doesn't matter what industry you're from. And even teachers, you all have your own code of ethics. I know in my world, I have our code of ethics, and I always tell people, we represent America. We don't represent our clients. We are trying to do business with our clients, but we represent America, right? Because that's actually a conversation I've had to have with my staff who are originally from China, right? And I say, stop. Who are you representing? Can you please use that position? You're representing San Francisco. So to your point with that. And I think that when we talk about the education system then, I don't know what they teach when it comes to ethics in China, but in the US, I think we all were raised that way, right? And especially in California, all right? Where we hold everyone to a higher bar as a result of that. So, but anyway, that was definitely an issue when it came to Huawei. But yeah, I thank you for bringing that up. Yes?
But I just think it's funny on the news here, they always pronounce it Huawei. They just keep saying Huawei. So it just shows how Americans don't really understand Chinese at all. They don't even say Huawei.
Yeah.
So I doubt that most news organizations know anything about the company.
Agreed, which is why it goes back to my point where if you have a chance to go overseas, I don't care what country, go. The better traveled you are, the more open, and you just learn so much more, and you become so much more accepting of everything. So yeah, another example I'll use is CFIUS. Does everybody know what CFIUS is? CFIUS? CFIUS, and I keep on forgetting what the acronym stands for. However, I will tell you what it is. CFIUS is a review that is conducted by the U.S. Treasury Department. Okay, of every single, I don't want to say every single, of foreign dollars that are invested in the U.S. Okay, I can tell you that in 2013, less than 5% of all the foreign direct investment actually went through CFIUS review. After the start of this administration, I dare say that number has increased. As a matter of fact, they've added another level, and they've also expanded the type of sectors and industries that are being covered or reviewed for foreign dollars that are invested in those areas. Even real estate, which I thought was ridiculous. So that's CFIUS. And where was I going with that again? But yeah. So about CFIUS, when we talk about, so a lot of Chinese companies, for example, they would complain and they say, hey, why is the US government not letting us, why did the US government not allow this company to close the deal in Seattle? Or it was in the Northwest, and I forget which deal it was. And I said, it was next to a US Navy base. Come on, that's a national security. I'm sorry, if Americans went to China to do something similar, you'd probably say, nope, it's not going to happen. You're not investing. Same thing, right? And they would just shut up and walk away. That's happened to me many times. They think that they're getting picked on when it's actually quid pro quo. It's same thing. We're doing exactly what you would do to us, right? If we were to invest in your military, do you really think you're going to let us do that? No, come on, it's not going to happen. Or even close by, because you're afraid that we're going to be, spying on you. Same thing. So CFIUS has been going on, and I would say that it really has. And people have asked me, so because of the current administration with CFIUS restrictions, increasing, is that better or worse than before? And I'll say, first of all, I'll say it's not good, because I did write a letter, right, to the city of San Francisco saying, hey, if we're going to have our lobbyists talk to DC, please say it's bad, because look at the real estate in San Francisco. A lot of it is being built because of foreign dollars and money coming from China, and we need housing. So if the money comes in, we can build more housing for the people. It's not rocket science, right? However, and so I will say personally, the scrutiny is not a good thing. But what the banks are doing that is important is they are, when they're imposing on the other side, what we say, know your client, right? Where's the money coming from, and doing all the facta, that is important, because we do want to make sure the money is not coming from, illegal sources or what have you, right? So there's always, two sides to every single story in that regard. Any comments or questions before I move on? No. So back to Huawei. Who do you think? Do you think that the U.S. government was right in arresting their CFO in Vancouver? How's that for a loaded question? Oh no, this is not going to be recorded. We're going to cut this, right? Yeah.
Canadians went through the extradition at the U.S. request.
Yes.
The U.S. did not.
Yes. Okay. So I'll rephrase my question. Okay. I'll rephrase my question. Do you think it was right for the CFO of Huawei to be arrested? Period. We'll leave it at that. Any comments? Because I'm not going to say anything if nobody does. Okay.
Well, the charges were brought. Sorry, the charges were brought by the U.S. and since the CFO has homes in Vancouver, she was accused, and this was dealt with this morning too, of going around U.S. sanction laws with Iran and North Korea. And the U.S. claimed when they delivered it to the Canadian government that they had very heavy evidence to say that she was very, very directly involved in that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the Canadians have paid a very high price. And then when President Trump said that he might use Huawei as a bargaining tool, that did not go well in Canada at all.
I say it's not what you do, it's how you do it. Did she deserve to get arrested? I would say probably yes, right? Did it have to happen that way? I would say no. It could have been done very quietly. Just like all the things that happen in China, things are done very quietly. People, and I'll give you another example.
People disappear.
I'm gonna give.
If you extradite them.
Who knows about HNA? Do you guys know what HNA is? Hainan Airlines?
Oh, yeah.
Hainan Airlines? Okay, they're actually known as HNA. What was he, the chairman? When they said he committed suicide, do you think that was real or fake? Or that, somehow, do you think that was real or fake? I think it was fake, but that's just me. Anyway, so now that we're talking about this and so I will use an example of what China has done when they had to address issues. I actually have quite a few stories about that. But the thing is that when they had issues with some of their quote-unquote entrepreneurs that were doing things that the government was not too happy about, namely Anbang. Who knows Anbang? Anbang is the insurance company. Anbang is the insurance company that I never heard about until they bought Waldorf Astoria in New York. My friend, who was the former treasury officer for Bank of China, did not know the existence of Anbang. And he was working in New York, and he's from China. He did not know Anbang until they walked into his office in New York. He says, geez, I didn't even know this company existed. This is an insurance company, and they just come and pay the highest price ever for a building in New York City, okay? When the Chinese government decided that this guy had to go, he was married to a family member of Deng Xiaoping. They arranged that divorce happen. They arranged for him to divest of basically many of his assets and make sure everything was taken care of, so the wife was taken care of. And then they said, you are stepping down as the CEO and you're coming back to China. That literally happened overnight. I mean, there's a process, but the thing is that when all that happened, it was very quiet. And they announced that he had stepped down and resigned, when actually China said, you're going back to China, you're going to jail. That's how the Chinese would like to get things done, quietly, right? And people do disappear, sorry.
What did he do that he got in trouble with?
I do not know the exact details, but what I can say is that, like many of the other companies whose founders have gotten into trouble, is over leveraging. China, over the years, because they had to continue growing. You know, in China, I tell people the difference for people who want to do business in China and US. In China, it's a top-down mentality. If the boss says you have to do it, like if the Chinese leadership, if they say you have to do it, everybody's going to do it, and it goes down to the very, you know, the consumers and what have you, right? In the US, it starts from the ground up. The government does whatever the residents, the voters, the businessmen, the consumers want, right? Because we tell them what we want, because we vote for legislators, put them in place, and they represent us. But it goes the other way. So it's top down, over here is down up. And the reason why I bring that up is because in China, in order to keep up, like for example, whenever China said, hey, we have to grow at this rate, we have to build more housing, we have to create more jobs, we need to, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the companies, the SOEs would lend money, the government would have the banks lend money to the SOEs. The SOEs would build, and the banks, even though, and regardless of whether or not the deal made money, right, they would build and they would spend the money. On a regional level, right, the companies would go to banks, borrow money, the banks would check with the party secretary in the region, they would sign off on it, they would lend the money, and which became a vicious cycle because you kept on borrowing money and then borrowing more money and increasing your debt, right? So literally companies were spinning all their lending, and they were robbing Peter to pay Paul. And this is really what's been going on for the last 20 years. I've been watching it happen, right? And I will say that Anbang was one of those companies. Wanda was another one of those companies. HNA was another one of those companies. Those three top companies that probably took that route. And there is one story where the founder of Wanda, Wang Jianlin, right? His son asked him, he goes, Dad, how much money do we have? You have enough money, we probably have enough money, you can't spend it in 5 generations. So how much debt do we have? Oh, he can't repay it in 10. If that give you an example, right? So I think that is probably one of the reasons why. And so when you think about a lot of the divesting that's going on, I know, for example, there was one story in the New York Times recently, and I saw they go, oh yeah, HNA had to sell because, you know, the U.S. government forced them because they're too close to Trump Tower. I said, no, that's not true. They had to divest because the Chinese government was telling them to divest. It has nothing to do with them being too close to Trump Tower. Because they, in San Francisco even, they own 2 buildings, and they, as soon as the chairman disappeared, they had to divest of everything, almost all their holdings, all over the world. So, because they had to pay back the Chinese government, they had to repatriate all the U.S. dollars back to China. That's so. I can't even. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess, and just in terms of thinking and talking about China-U.S. trade, so we're in probably a bad period right now, right? So, but these things will pass, whenever and when and how, we don't know. But at some point in time, the two largest economies in the world are going to be trading. And do you have any ideas, speculation on what basis we will be trading, and what kind of trade will be probably allowed and encouraged by the two governments?
Trade is still going on. It's just a matter of who has the upper hand now. The U.S. is still selling soybeans to China. It's just that it's with the 10% discount, if not steeper, right, to make up for the tariffs. So the trade is still ongoing. I don't think the trade is going to stop. It's just that China has options now. If I'm not going to buy, for example, soy from the U.S., I could buy from Brazil, right? The thing, what China has realized is that I have options now. Fine, if you're going to impose these tariffs on me, I'm going to do the same, and I'm just going to buy from someone else. Why shouldn't they?
Well, I mean, by that measure, the U.S. also is realizing, or perhaps that, you know, that the rest of the world can buy something other than a Boeing airplane, right? So, or they can buy it from somewhere else. So, and you know, clearly, the beneficiary, much of the beneficiary of over the past years of either the U.S. debt, you know, somebody's been buying a lot of U.S. debt, U.S. real estate. You know, Trump's really happy about those, and others. I mean, we've welcomed capital, Chinese capital, into real estate, filmmaking, all sorts of things, and you know, I suspect a lot of people would like that to continue when we get past this particular set of negotiations.
I think that a lot of people, I think in general, from what I've seen, everybody wants that to continue. It's just that whether or not, one, the money can come in, and two, whether or not the U.S. government will find out and say, oh, we have to shut you down, right? That's always a question. So I think it will go on. I think that, and I've said this even to the Chinese consulate, to them, even in a group setting like this or similar, where I said, you know what, with all with the trade war starting, I said China will find a way to make things happen. I'm not worried about it. And even for the U.S., I mean, I think that the trade war is a loss for the U.S. because if it's about, I don't want the Chinese here because I don't want them to learn from us, it's not going to happen, because if they don't learn from you, they'll learn from another country. And by the way, if they don't have the U.S. market, they will own the other markets, right? So who does it really hurt? It hurts all of us, right? Us who, we have friends who are working in the space that provides services or provides materials or provides products to the Chinese market, right? We all hurt. It's just a matter of whether or not our president understands that. So it is a tough question, which is why I wanted to bring that up. Yeah.
So I teach government and economics, so first semester and second semester. One of the questions that a lot of students ask is, like you're saying, with the government kind of asserting its control over business, whether they're abroad or at home. But then there's a big upper and upper middle class group of Chinese who have a lot of money and want their influence to continue to keep that money. How does the government and economic relationship between that, whereas the Communist Party, many of those people are members of the Communist Party, and they might want to create voice and create an environment where their businesses can continue to grow and their power can continue to grow? How does that relationship work within the party with this growing upper and upper middle class Chinese group?
Let's use Ma Yun, right? Alibaba, right? He has been probably the most vocal of the Chinese government of any entrepreneur that I know. And one of the reasons why he can be vocal is because he's running a shadow bank. He's not relying. Who knows what a shadow? Does everybody know what a shadow bank is? Yes, no. So everybody knows what Alipay is, right? Alipay is basically Alibaba's bank, right? They have this mechanism. They're not using the traditional banks like Bank of China or ICBC or what have you. It's their own, basically, bank cash that they control, and they probably control more cash than any of the other institutions, traditional institutions. Because of that, and the Chinese government has been afraid, by the way, of what this shadow bank can do, right, to the economy in China. He has been the most vocal. And I don't see the Chinese government really stopping him in whatever he's saying. Yeah, I don't see that stopping. Now, is everybody going to be as vocal? I don't know. But then again, also know that traditionally, I would say not traditional, culturally, the Chinese have a saying of don't forget where you come from. If you made your money based on the government and having them lend you money, do you really think you're going to talk against the government? Right. So they may not. Many of the founders and entrepreneurs that I have known over the years, and they're all billionaires, like $3-5 billion net worth. They don't say anything about the government at all. They'll grumble. I'm sure and I've heard their staff grumble, but they've never said anything negative about the government. I mean, at the end of the day, think about it. I call it socialist capitalism. It's amazing, right? Communism, China is a communist society. However, they have allowed free enterprise to happen. I call it socialist capitalism. And if, for example, the millennials these days in China, they don't see anything wrong with communism because they're able to do everything that you and I can do here, right? They have their smartphone, they'll use a VPN and then, have access to overseas websites, right? And search engines, right? They don't see the difference. They can travel, they can get a visa and then a US visa, a 10-year visa and come to the US whenever they want, right? The millennial of today in China does not see any difference between communism of what it is today to the communism that many of us know because of the Cultural Revolution and what have you. They don't see that at all. So I don't think it's going to change. Unfortunately, we just have to find a way to work with it. So that's your job. You have to teach the kids to grow up and learn how to be smart and work with the leaders of the world. Any other questions? I'm done.
Okay, so thanks to Darlene for her presentation, for all of these different topics. I think it would be really interesting to look at the mechanics of how deals are made. When Huang comes and invests $1 gazillion for Vanke in San Francisco, what is the process by which those kinds of things happen? And all of these other questions that Darlene touched upon here today. So there was a lot there. And one of the interesting things, of course, one reason there are fewer billionaires in China is that there are more billionaires in jail. But that's a different discussion. But one of the things that Darlene just talked about was this linkage between government and business. And this is something that was in the making. And part of it has to do with, she made reference to the ties to the princelings at the outset, things like that. But also, the Communist Party changed. Okay, when Jiang Zemin was general secretary, they made a deliberate effort to bring in what they called the what? Anyone? The most advanced productive forces. And some of these folks were capitalists. And so now you have billionaire members of the Chinese Communist Party. And so what does language mean? We were talking about labels. It's hard to say sometimes, right? But thank you so much.
You're welcome. Pleasure. Thanks. And thank you all for being a great audience and great class.
And thanks to Darlene also for helping us get back on track. We have a 10-minute break until 2 o'clock, and then we're back at it. And you want to talk about markets? We're about to hear about the explosion of the Chinese art market. after all the horrible images that we've already shared? You're desperate for beauty, you're desperate for things that are interesting. You're going to get that. You're definitely going to get that. This is really a high point in our 2-day workshop, and I'm really excited about it because this is one of these areas in which, you know, Chinese art has been global for centuries. People have been collecting porcelain. They've been collecting paintings. In Guangzhou, 200 years ago, you had people creating these masterpieces on order, right? Meeting an international market. And now, of course, we know that people flock to exhibitions. They're much more commonplace than they once were when basically, when we got our first look at some bronzes and a first look at the terracotta warriors and things like that 30 years ago. Now, what? It's a much more sophisticated, much more diverse collection. People are interested in art from different regions, from different ethnic groups. And so there's tremendous interest. And material culture looms large, right? The things of life and how they're represented, the place that they occupy in a particular culture. And today we have Dr. Ellen Huang here to speak. She was educated on the East Coast and on the West Coast. That's a pretty special thing, right? And has taught at a number of schools here in California. She's worked as a curator in a number of different places, including in Taiwan and in other places, such as the job she has now, helping to program for this wonderful collection at Stanford, Cantor Art Center. And she has, I mentioned earlier today, that she's an expert on Jingdezhen, the center of the porcelain universe, right? What a privilege to have her with us. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's offer a China Now welcome to Dr. Ellen Huang.
Thank you. It's a wonderful opportunity to be able to organize some of my thoughts about a very chaotic and fluid time in the Chinese sort of art scene, both in mainland China as well as its changing relationships with the world, including diasporic Chinese art makers and emerging artists, as well as institutions, including even in Asia itself. So today I will wanted to provide some context to some of the works we might analyze together. And so I thought the first thing that I wanted to mention on the second slide up there is to talk about some key developments that we can always use, like keywords to maybe characterize to people in about art and China, or the art world and China in the years after 2000. That sort of may impinge or subconsciously or consciously impact the production of art and artworks from the perspective of artists or art collectives. So this first half of the talk, I will just simply sort of focus on and use some images and numbers, I hope I have them right on here, to be able to substantiate some of these key words, which is commercialization, institutionalization, and internationalization. And I think some related cognates to that are fluidity and multiplicity. And some others, actually, other experts in the world of art history and curatorial fields have described Chinese art and its art scene as the era of post-passport art, because they can access images and inspirational, motivational type ideas from the internet even with the Great Firewall. And I think a second way to think about it in addition to that is that internationalization, of course, has been happening, but one key aspect about post-1978 period China in the world is that whereas in the 80s and 90s, Chinese artists were frequently practicing and producing a lot of art, at least the ones that we're most familiar with, from overseas locations. Many of them now are living quite cosmopolitan international lifestyles. And you'll see that many of them live half of the year in the Bay Area, or some in LA or New York, and the other half of the year they live in Beijing or have a studio there. In order to, I guess the key word if we're talking about commercialization is bringing products to market. So a sort of economic, maybe a dour view of why they do that. But there is a market in China, and I'm going to quickly describe that in a few slides here. Oh, I can use my own clicker. That's great. Okay, so the developments, commercialization. I think maybe in order to help explain this easiest in an image or news-based form is that China's been participating in Olympic ceremonies and international expos where you bring your products to, say, Vienna or Philadelphia or Panama City as early as the late 1800s. Two key events kind of mark how the world is now going to China, similar to how maybe artists who were born in China are now returning to China because there are markets there and opportunities. One, the 2008 Beijing Olympics took place there, and the picture you see here is the end point of the opening ceremony that was created and designed by filmmaker Zhang Yimou, and included the participation of major sort of marquee artists. And second, the 2010, just 2 short years later, as Shanghai probably didn't feel as though they wanted to play second fiddle to Beijing, won the ability to host the World Expo or the World Fair, the International Expo, and where each country established these really nice pavilions and architectural structures to highlight sort of key industrial products, right? And so here are 2 examples of that. In 2000, another facet of commercialization was the ability to I think, increase venues for buying and consuming art. And so one of the ways in which that occurs is through these large-scale international art fairs where gallerists buy an entry booth and pay marquee cost to allow their staff and their artworks, under insurance, of course, to travel to all these international outposts in the world. And whereas, what probably some of you have heard of this thing called the Venice Biennale. And so people will go to Venice, and then there's a lot of European-based ones, Documenta. And in the United States, we have really great ones, like something called the Outsider Art Fair in New York. And in San Francisco, we have our own version of photo fairs, which is all about contemporary photography as a medium for fine art. And here on the picture that is inserted into the PowerPoint slide here is the venue for what is understood to be the first government-sponsored, first major art fair to have occurred in a government run venue. So what you're looking at is in fact actually the old building of, it's right next to it's called the Shanghai Art Museum, the formerly known as Shanghai Art Museum. It has since then moved, just to kind of highlight how much has happened in the last 19 years. But in 2000, it was held here at the corner of Nanjing West Road, on People's Square in Shanghai, which is kind of the central area of commerce and hotels and work in Shanghai. And here in the year 2000, between November and January, this is, of course, a state-run modern art museum, was held the Shanghai Biennale in 2000. And then within 5 years, as you can see on this slide, I listed a number of other phenomenal instances of fairs where people show the most current contemporary art, including in the city of Chengdu, which is the capital of Sichuan, Guiyang, all the way in the south, and also in the cities such as Nanjing. Macau has a design biennale. Guangzhou has hosts triumvirate, actually, a photography biennale as well as a triennial. And so these are all sort of spaces and events that enable seeing and displaying for the purposes of buying and sort of collecting, I guess, art at the most recent and fastest pace, as they happen every 2 years. So, I think it enables, and it also has become an impetus for artists to produce more. And so that's one good thing. It's also interesting that it marks this Shanghai Biennale in the year 2000 occurred in an official art museum. And so it kind of marks a point where the art world and the government and the state seems to have found some sort of cohesion, or at least, some sort of official sponsorship. Okay, next sort of slide is to further highlight how much the market has shifted to buyers and viewers and appreciators in China is the establishment of the Venice Biennale in 2013, which held its first iteration in Asia, in the city of in the region of Hong Kong. And in 5 years, it is now, as of 2019, the largest contemporary art fair in all of Asia, such that there are declining purchases of booths in the Miami location and over 200 to 300 galleries in attendance into, from Europe and the United States in the Hong Kong venue. So this kind of, again, I think underscores this trend towards seeking and cultivating and providing opportunities to buy art and its commerce in Asia. They picked Hong Kong because of its tax-free status, so it's very helpful. But there are also other places in which art fairs are still being created and holding its first instance, such as Wuzhen, the Venice of China in Zhejiang province, now is about to, I think this year was its second instance of contemporary art in the city of rivers, or is how we might call it. Okay, another way to maybe demonstrate the shift in the global art market is the growing monetary or market value, purchasing value of key artworks and by contemporary living artists from China. And that really highlights sort of the accumulation of capital and the sort of larger scales of consumption centered around Chinese contemporary art. So this is a painting in oil on canvas, and it's actually part of a series. This is I like to usually, I'm primarily focusing on the 2000s, but so we can kind of look at it. But as you can see, it's like a portrait of a family, all with and I think you may have seen it, but he's somehow become, this artist named Zhang Xiaogang has somehow become the poster child of the rise of the value of contemporary Chinese art in the international art market, primarily because his work in 2003 sold for 76,000 American dollars in Hong Kong, and in just, I think, let me quickly, he plays on the same theme, actually. By 2008, the same one of the paintings from his same series sold for 6.1 million U.S. dollars. So just 5 years, there's this astronomical, sort of more than exponential appreciation of the monetary value of his art in the art market, particularly at auction. And it was understood that it was bought by someone in Hong Kong at a Hong Kong sale, not a Sotheby's located in London or otherwise. In any case, I think he himself is a little bit bemused. He's often quoted in texts written by art critics and researchers about how he simply was interested in portraying in the 90s when he was living in the United States and in Europe and overseas, how he sort of missed his family. He has since then become, part of a group that I think we call in the 90s cynical realism, sort of someone who was cynic and pessimistic towards the development of China after 1989. And Western art markets really grasped upon this sort of blank stare of all of the families. To talk about maybe the lack of emotion or social human attachment amongst people in a rapidly developing society. But I think he himself would say he was just trying to portray sort of his experience of being an overseas Chinese artist painting. And sometimes they're dressed in Mao outfits a little bit, particularly in the mom and dad pictured in this painting. And other times they're dressed in modern gear or garb, and instead of being, sort of just surrounded by these white splashes or patches of oil paint. And if you look at how his artwork in this series, he continued to paint this starting in the early 90s, and then the ones from the series painted in 2000s, in fact, are represented by this red line. But you can kind of see just from the upward graphic, the graph here, how the prices of his paintings have gone up in the last, just within a decade or within 5 years. And so I think one aspect to note then is that in addition to increasing sales values and also the rise of fairs, these mega fairs or mega conventions, you also have an increase in auctions. So sort of like this hyper exchange venue. So if you look at this slide here, you see that almost 8-fold increase from 2004 to 2006 in sales of contemporary Chinese art between 2004 and 6. And that's quite a nice investment. And you can see why maybe in 2008, after the global financial crisis, why many people thought it would be safer to invest in art rather than other market fields, right? And one notable aspect is that you might see that there are now domestic Chinese domestic auction houses and companies in China thriving. So there are two main auction houses that we're most familiar with, and they're both based in China. One is the Baoli or Poly International Auction House, and the other one called China Guardian, 中国家的 Auctions Company. And in 2007, they totaled $67 million in contemporary Chinese art sales just alone. So that, I think, indicates something. Of course, Baoli is completely government financed. So it's an interesting, again, collusion, or, if we want to stay away from pessimistic, negative connotations, kind of another interesting way in which the government is now completely encouraging marketization of art. Whereas before there was a strict sort of, particularly in the Cultural Revolution and before 1978, you primarily saw certain types of art being acceptable and others being anti-party. Okay, so another side to this is the lavish and really astounding kind of fit for tour groups, and that's exactly what they do. Buildings being constructed to house and be private galleries. So rather than these event-based fair-like occurrences, all over major cities and nice suburbs of major cities in China, they are now, there's a burgeoning growth and development of private galleries both international based and domestically initiated. So I'm showing you 2 pictures of the newest art fair in the Venice of China called Wuzhen. And the second one just occurred. It began in 2016. And here I wanted to kind of map out the private galleries just in 2 major cities, Beijing and Shanghai. So in 2000, just 19 years ago, there was about 5 galleries for contemporary art. And within 8 years, 300 were counted as established. And in Shanghai, in 8 years, there were 100 new galleries that opened. And so maybe I can show you a quick map of how that might happen in Shanghai. Is it possible for me to sort of, can I hyperlink this?
I'll maybe click for you.
Can you click the first one? Okay. So you could literally go to Shanghai, and then on the right in the gray area, if you would like to visit a private commercial gallery, say Arario Gallery on the top. Is it possible to, just suffice it to say, Arario Gallery was founded in Seoul, South Korea, but they have, deemed it worthy enough to set up a branch or a station in Shanghai because they see the growing market and desire to buy art, contemporary art in particular, for faster communication with artists and also just in terms of increasing sales volume. So anyways, this is kind of a fun way. There's another tab on the left where you could explore Beijing as well. And I think it's kind of a neat online resource for that. Okay, the second trend that I wanted to go to is this process that in scholarly literature we sometimes call museumification, but really it's just this fancy word for this dissemination and growth of new museums. And what's really quixotic about this development is we usually think of them as public or civic, not for profit, but in China they also innovate. The market has made it such that there's an innovation in even the form of museums. So now there are these new museums that we now call, this is the new modality of museums. And I'll sort of quickly explain that. One example, say, is this completely government-financed museum for contemporary art that was established in, wait, let me get to it here, an old electric power plant in Shanghai. And it opened in 2012, and the municipal government of Shanghai spent $64 million to renovate a power plant, and you can kind of see vestigial traces of this to show and collect contemporary art. And this is a completely sort of municipal undertaking, and it is now the host of the Biennial of Shanghai. And quickly on top, I just wanted to show you that in China overall, within the territory, I guess you could say, or the sort of region, in 10 years, there was a growth of 1,000 new museums that were established. And in 2011 alone, 400 new museums opened. I just find that really astounding because I don't see that sort of change happening. So I would find it to be kind of a dizzying process. In fact, I had to stop when I was writing this and really thinking. I said, how would I feel if that were occurring? And I mean, in the United States where I live right now. So it's just a very sort of vertigo-inducing sort of aspect of development of the art scene there. And here's another example of, say, a new, and just within the landscape of the urban setting of Shanghai, I'll just give you an example. There are at least 10 new contemporary art museums founded since 2005. This is an example. This was the main building that was constructed for the China Pavilion of the Shanghai Expo in 2010. And just as it closed in 2011, the government then deemed it the China Art Palace, which was reconstructed or reconstituted to display modern Chinese art and special contemporary art exhibits over a span of 160,000 square meters. And you can see how neat the architecture is. It really plays on a historical form of engineering where a post and the beam at right angles can be connected without nails. So one of the hallmarks of Chinese architecture that we like to say is everything was primarily made out of wood, and that is why we don't have many early structures, because wood destroys quickly and decays. But in addition to being part of an earthquake region, the fact that flexibility in the post and beam structure, meaning to connect two pieces of construction materials without the use of nails, enables a bit more slight movement when the crust of the earth, I think, moves. So this is kind of a neat building that nods to China's tradition and past, though in objective view, it actually shows mostly modern and contemporary art. Again, two other venues, as you can see here, founded in 2005, respectively, and 2008. Some of them are private. Mocha Shanghai, on the top left, was funded by a Hong Kong-based jewelry designer, and the one on the bottom right, in that sort of very gridded or cross-hatched looking sort of scaffolding aspect of the architecture, is funded by the Mingsheng, the largest bank in China. So very much kind of corporate funded and backed. And then in 2010, another one in Shanghai was opened on the site of the former Royal Asiatic Society. And so that stone building on the left opened in 2010, and on the right is the atrium of a museum that is actually now in talks with LACMA to kind of collaborate, or maybe we're unclear of the future, but it's a very interesting private initiative that was built and funded specifically by an Indonesian Chinese businessman who I think opened this museum on the right to house his contemporary art, which includes both growing collections of Chinese artists as well as artists from any country. So very global contemporary. We're not seeing a lot of selective national cultural biases towards collecting. And of course, there is the famous rags to riches story, as pictured here. This is Liu Yiqian, who everyone likes to discuss, began his life or career as a taxi driver, and then through investing in the stock market, he became a billionaire now. And in 2014, he bought this chicken cup. We call it, it's not hard here. You can just, oh, what is this cup? Some people say, oh, it's a chicken cup. And it was sold at Sotheby's Hong Kong, I think, for $34 million. And he has since then continued his purchasing, and some art museum curators and directors have kind of excoriated his conspicuous consumption in that he seems to only purchase at auction, and the higher the price, the more he wants it. And so some say he has no true connoisseurial interest or taste. I should say that this porcelain is so, the reason why it has historically always been a very important piece of, I guess, vessel is that though it was first made in 1460s, so the middle of the Ming Dynasty, by 1590s, we have these texts that claim that this was already very valuable. So in 100 years in the late Ming Dynasty, there is a claim textually, not maybe by objects because we don't always know, that this particular type of cup with this design, and it's always a little rooster chicken followed by some baby chicks eating. And it's actually kind of it's not my personal taste, but I find it very interesting technically because it combines sort of this blue color, and then it outlines all of the designs in blue. And then after firing over the glaze, if you were to put your own finger and touch it, the way he's drinking tea out of it, which of course shocked and horrified everyone who thought of this and idolized it as art. It's actually then colored covered in certain areas with melted enamel, which is just powdered glass. Whether it was ever that worth it may just show our doubts about this cup, may show our understanding of inflation. But indeed, there are copies of this cup in the British Museum, and also the Qing emperors, which is the dynasty that came after the Ming dynasty, in fact, have their own versions of this cup, but have a different stamp on it, or we know they specifically reproduced it. And of course, porcelain is always known as a sort of, if you go to IKEA, you'll see any old thing made in Jingdezhen or some other ceramic producing site. So it was more of a design and industrial design object rather than some precious museumified, glorified thing. But we do see how auction plays a role in taste making or value making. And he and his wife now have two museums, one in Puxi, on the west side of the Huangpu River in Shanghai, and one in Pudong on the east side. And they spent a lot of money to create these huge buildings of modernist structures, hiring superstar architects to house and actually conduct very high quality programs and exhibitions, as they will contract out a lot of projects to international curators. And there's one more on the way. I hear it's in Chongqing. So all of this building, of course, leads us to wonder, what do you collect next? And I guess one family has decided to, so this is the two museums, one on the west of Puxi, the Huangpu River, and one on the east of the Huangpu River in Shanghai, and one more on the way. And here you can just see how large they are. I was going to say, all of this building frenzy kind of leads, of course, naturally to those with wealth to not only collect art, but to maybe collect architecture, particularly architecture built by superstars. And that indeed has happened in Nanjing, right outside of Nanjing, actually. There was in 2012, I think, or sometime around 2013, one family who made their wealth through real estate development opened a museum for their contemporary art collection. And it is this really neat square-like structure, very modernist. The architect behind it is an American named, I think, Stephen Kroll. And it's actually situated outside of the Nanjing proper and in the sort of kind of rolling green villa type area. And it was their idea to actually situate a contemporary art building amidst an entire complex of architectural constructions that should counter rapid and sort of cement-based concrete and very lack of character type building in urban development in the city of Nanjing. So, can we click quickly onto the CNN link right here to show everyone what the Liu family decided to do? So they hired, commissioned buildings built by a host of 20 celebrity or, very successful architects to create buildings that would...
It's no hyperlink, just copy and paste it.
Copy and paste it? No, I can't do it. Can I do it? If you don't have, go back to the, or you don't have to. Oh, that's interesting. It might be fun to scroll through it and oh. Is the HTML okay? Here. So it's situated outside of the urban jungle, concrete jungle of contemporary Nanjing, and instead architects were asked to create these buildings, hotels, luxury villas, but ostensibly for the objective of just having a collection of architecture built upon, ecological, environmental, aesthetic, and design principles. And so these are just some of the ones that have been completed as of today. That is supposed to be based, you can see some of the sort of pavilion courtyard-like architectural elements in the walls there, but yeah, you can kind of scroll through this once you have the HTML, but I wanted to show you how the museum culture has kind of expanded to a sort of scale. Typically, if you go to a museum to look at architecture, you're looking at an exhibition that displays blueprints and models, and here you're having the consumption and production of architecture as static sort of objects. I don't think any of them are currently really being used right now. Okay. Except for this contemporary art museum, the Sifang Art Museum. It shows their family's contemporary collection of artists. So there are some collectors that have been that are of younger age. In 2014, in Chijiuba 798 Art Zone outside of Beijing, known primarily to have seen an explosion of commercial and private galleries since 2005, saw the establishment of a museum known as the first founded or co-founded, it's called M. Woods, and it's pictured on the left. And in fact, that particular collector was the youngest to have been asked to be on the new museum in New York because of his taste in collecting. And apparently he began to collect when he was a teenager, and he said most formative was, so essentially he had been asked just as he completed his university degree at University of Pennsylvania, but he did grow up in Beijing, and so it's kind of an astounding sort of maybe reason behind the growth in contemporary, with just like the youthfulness that is being developed in collecting contemporary art. The picture on the right is the site of the building that is currently in Shanghai, Xuhui district, I think. Yes, and it is an art mall. So instead of the M. Woods on the left purporting to be the sort of China-based MoMA, such as New York, which is a nonprofit for education-only contemporary art space. On the right is a sort of a very unabashedly art and consumption space, owned and developed by the owners. So by Adrian Cheng, and he's a Hong Kong family, a scion of a jewelry and real estate family, and he started not only a K11 art foundation that funds art exhibitions overseas, but also art spaces that are always situated in malls. So we all know how much e-commerce has impacted mall sort of goers in the US, but it's, it has to be a concern, I would think, I'm not a business person, but in China. And so I think it's actually sort of smart if he's thinking about ways to stay up to date and on par with Alibaba and JD, is it Dongjing or something? Jingdong. And so here's the Shanghai one. The 09 establishment occurred in Hong Kong. And I'll show you, he does, I think his foundation does do very valuable things. He's interested in bringing the best of contemporary art from outside of China to China. So that's why he has these art malls that are all locations of art exhibition spaces, but he's also funding visiting residencies and studio spaces for emerging Chinese artists, one such as the one pictured on the right in Wuhan, called the K11 Art Village, that opened in 2017. Okay, so, oh yeah.
I love this. I was really excited about this presentation. I'm really excited to see that art is becoming so prolific in China. But I hope you're going to address this. I have a question about the whole concept of art is one I mean, we look at art in the Western society as one of freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering about that in China and how that has played out.
Mm-hmm. I think that's, I didn't see it. Oh, I will repeat the question, which is, usually in the United States and in the West, we think of art as being symptomatic of free speech and intellectual integrity, maybe, and expressivity. And I think
What more went about, there's a lot of attack on government.
Oh, okay.
It's an open forum. How is that playing out in China in a communist society? There's a lot of repression.
There's a lot of slyness, I would say, and I don't think it's it's actually a good question. I would say it, first of all, depends from artist to artist, and we can quickly look at that. Right, where is it? Oh, after the slide. But it's a good question. I think some artists have to deal with it, but people find their ways around. I think the difference between art and other types of languages is it's a visual language, and so you can find and excavate it for many meanings. So for instance, we can skip this to talk, this is just an example of internationalization occurring in China rather than outside of China. I wanted to talk about how the direction is not just Chinese going out, but now going to art centers in China. And so here you have an example of an international MFA program taught completely in English. So it's kind of like you find Chinese students coming from China or Taiwan or Hong Kong to study in RISD, but you also have non-Chinese MFA students now studying at the China Academy of Art in Hangzhou. So one artist who's actually one of the most prolific producers of art and creating art in this fluid and highly quickly moving pace is someone named Xu Zhen, who in 2007 set up here it is, a supermarket, and it debuted in Miami, but later on it was shown in all over the world, including London and in China itself, where people would go in and buy. It just looked like any other sort of convenience store. And here he's making a sly, he's leaving questions, of course, exploring where are the boundaries of art, now that it's so commercialized, particularly under state sponsorship, if he's going to critique the market, he may also be critiquing the government or the state itself. And so here he is kind of playing around with a completely falsified, constructed reality by establishing a supermarket. And so I've often asked people, what's the most expensive art you've bought? Can you buy art too, or is collecting only in the hands of certain types? And here you see him blurring these lines of high and low art. And of course, in the end, they're all empty. So you might have, I think people actually thought, some people were angry, they felt kind of duped, but they asked him, why are you doing this? And he said, I just wanted to talk about sort of this crass consumption and this, how art can be part of our daily life, if art is supposed to be artifice in that sense. And he's also kind of posing questions about the boundary between real and unreal in this kind of environment of WeChat and texting and and mediated images through the internet as well. And he's also kind of poking fun at what is art. This is supposedly an installation, but it looks simply like a place of purchasing. And anyone has the right, as long as you have maybe $5, to buy something here. And in fact, in 2018, he collaborated with Sotheby's to sell this as a concept. And so he's understood as a conceptual artist. And in art worlds, we have the kind of imaginary division between conceptual art as fine art or something very contemporary, and crafts or objects as sort of trade art, if we're thinking about export from Guangzhou in the 1800s. And so here he sold this idea and had it for sale at Sotheby's Hong Kong in September 2018, and it eventually did sell. So the concept is sold now for 280,000 American dollars. It's kind of interesting to say that there's a sort of monetization of knowledge, which I think we can all think about. You know, if we're challenging high school students, I've often thought, how much does your high school education cost, and how does it vary between one county and the other? You know, are the books provided here but not in another state, and that sort of thing. So, I mean, I think he's an extremely smart producer of art. He's also comments on globalization. Help me.
Hold on. You've got to move the cursor to free it up here. There you go.
I'll wrap up quickly with two more. He's also recently been talking about, so in 2009, he actually established a company. So now all of his artworks are attributed to something called Made in Company, which I think echoes the Made in China, further kind of commenting on the origins of West and China interaction as the clash of sort of opening up of markets, or, you know, as we just heard, trade wars, markets. And so here he is, you know, we have heard of Made in China. There's like a lot of things that aren't made in China, but a lot of things are, and most people can look under whatever they're using at home and see that it may have been. And so he's kind of eliminating his individual identity to maybe comment on the commercialization of art. And in 2013, the company then relaunched his name, Xu Zhen, on the top left as a brand, and he always uses that trademark logo. So now he's not really a person, but he's just the object or the brand itself. And so some of his products, I guess you could say, are sculptures that are beheaded and sort of forcibly put upon each other. So on the left is Greco-Roman sculpture, and on the top sort of replicas of 8th century Buddhist figurines, or bodhisattvas maybe. I can't really tell from this angle, and I've forgotten already. But, you know, I think one really weird, this often incites a reaction, like, what is that? Is it the coming together of East and West? But in a very forcible manner. So, you know, it's interesting to look at that. And then second of all, I'm just showing you an example of his type of vase in Jingdezhen porcelain, which is adorned with almost exactly the same technique, material, and design as that which was made under the emperor who ruled in the 18th century, the last dynasty on the right. So we even have one of these in the Asian Art Museum in San Francisco, but there's a few in Taipei as well as Beijing and I think the Met. So he's actually found ways to make them and kind of reinterpreted it to include a sort of surrealist element where the vase takes on a human-like quality, or at least returns the objective gaze back at that who is collecting. And he will actually sell this. And so I think that's actually sort of an interesting way in which he's looking at globalization and the production of art, as these were always made in multiples, Jingdezhen vases. And finally, I think sometimes I've wondered, you know, how does a student understand what else he's making from his company Made In under the brand of Xu Zhen trademark? So these are they look really weird here, but if you can imagine them to be, you know, from a distance, they look a little bit like a mass of swirling patterns, something nondescript. And then I would ask students to, you know, what do you think this looks like? Or if you could pick your favorite food ingredient and make an image of it, what would this look like? what would that look like? I would ask them to design it. And then I would say, then after you've completed it, what does it make you want to do? Now you can't use, say, raw cookie dough, which you want to eat straight out of a bag, but you must actually construct it and input and adapt some amount of work and art making to, say, a clump of raw cookie dough, which we all really like to eat, right? Do you still want to eat it? You know, what does that artwork, after you've finished making it, make you want to do? What kind of reaction? Or what else, you know, in terms of favorite types of ingredients, you could pick ice cream or something like that. But a close-up look of what he's doing is here. And when you look at it in the gallery or in a museum, it's actually just made out of oil on canvas and then backed by an aluminum surface. And they look very luscious. So from afar, it's like an abstract pattern. It just looks like color fields and play. But up close, it just entices the viewer. And I think he's really trying to play around with desire and everyone's feelings to covet something. And so sort of the with the onslaught of commercialization of art, I think you can also say now art has just become something you want so much that you want to eat it, like frosting on a cupcake. Anyways, so I think that's where I'll end. If you want to hear a bit, like if you have questions, I'd probably rather open it up to that, and then I have a few more slides if some of those relate to your questions.
Ellen, thank you so much for this. One quick question just to open things. What about, we have these individuals who have so much money that, you know, they now dominate these auctions and that sort of thing. And I'm curious too, with the opening of so many museums and all of this kind of thing, what has this meant for art specialists such as yourself? And not you specifically, but has the demand for expertise, for an eye. We've certainly seen on Chinese television, they now have all of these shows about guess the value of this thing. And it's mostly old stuff, right? Ancient works, that sort of thing. But for contemporary works, who are the dominant, we see now these brands, these individuals who've turned themselves into companies. Who are the judges? Who's commenting? How does somebody assign value?
Right. I mean, that's a great question. I've often thought about that in deciding who to teach in a class or who to show in a gallery, because value is shifting so quickly. And actually where it leaves people who are kind of more in the inside or have been interested in this subject for so long is, what is the role of art in society? Is it to speak against this? Is there, how do you have active critique? Where's the individual? Especially in the face of and I think it's definitely a relevant question that we've all been talking about. Some of the shows that have recently been launched or opened in museums may answer some of those questions. I think some curators have developed a long-term relationship with and viewing kind of human development. If you've been working with living artists from the beginning of their career until the end, or not the end, there's many of them are living, so until today, it's kind of seeing their education and their reaction and their responses within a quickly commercializing and mediated WeChat environment, I think is one way to look. So for instance, you could go to see the show that was up at MoMA, which was about politics after 1989. There's one in LACMA that is focused on material art.
Art of matter.
So these are kind of interesting. I think just ones where you watch what the organizing institution is doing, who's the selector, maybe a quick answer.
One last question, then we go to the audience. And that is about the term that you used at the outset of your presentation. And I hope I got it right. It's either passport-free or post-passport art. And the notion, of course, because now we have such high quality images, 3D, we have virtual reality. You can visit museums that are using all of this advanced technology to make some of this accessible. And yet, new museums are, instead of just doing this in a studio somewhere, people are choosing to make a statement with these really remarkable museums and things like that. Where is this field? Are malls all going to become museums? What is the museum in my pocket with the smartphone? What's going on there?
Right, that's true. It's actually a question that everyone in China and outside is wondering, in the face of digital reproduction, where is maybe communication? And I hope that it would be everywhere, actually, one of the facets of handheld mobile phones. And actually one artist, there have been artists who deal with this exact issue as well. Most of us know Xu.
Yeah.
He was featured in this show at the Cantor Arts Center here, and it's a very large painting. It's completely made out of the traditional ink. So we saw a lot of sort of clever art made out of frosting, also some other types of buildings and materials, but here there are traditional materials being used to different extent, and this is a landscape, of course, and he's known to play around with language, primarily because he did make large posters during the Cultural Revolution. But in recent years, he's actually been thinking further about the language in the contemporary period, like literally in the last few years, and in the spread of emoticons and these quick, rapid-fire messaging that we engage in, or some of us engage in on Twitter, or really it's WeChat or WhatsApp. And I actually haven't worked through this, but I would like you to print this out, and you can actually borrow the book, because he wrote a story using only emoticons, and it's a story of a person's life in one day, and the person is represented by an icon, and so, and actually, people have said that it's actually really hard to read it, even though we all use emoticons. So that actually, I think he leaves a question of where communication is.
Yeah, I may be completely too old to translate that. But no, this is fascinating. And Xu Bing's also been working on tobacco-themed work, that's really remarkable. And I think the question that we got earlier about the place of the individual is partly because the most famous contemporary Chinese artist outside of China is Ai Weiwei, and with shows all over the United States and elsewhere, and famed for his political activism as well as his creation. And he too has a factory producing.
Right, he does. Ai Weiwei is probably the most famous Chinese artist from China outside of China, and usually some people say, no, not him again. But actually, it was his politicization really occurred during this period of commercialization. He lived in New York for a decade and was working in the 90s and 80s, and they were all wonderful works, but really his politicization happens outside of China and in this period of rapid commercial commerce. So I guess the question really is, where is the critique, where is the freedom? Yeah. I think it's just, we're still looking. I think some of them are more sly. You can eat some cupcake and think about it, or make your own art out. And maybe actually it's a little depressing that perhaps that art is collapsing with desire and objects and so much commodities so much. That might be one of the messages. That may be a critique as well.
And I think Chongqing, where you have a graffiti street.
Oh, yeah.
And these kind, and so there's, again, they have art schools in the neighborhood, and they've taken over apartment buildings and done this kind of thing. We have time for your questions, and Ellen is wonderfully deft in being able to illustrate them as we go.
Oh.
Hang on for the mic.
Thank you. In terms of, you've emphasized modern art. To what degree is that the dominant type of interest with the nouveau riche, or is the traditional historical art just not available? Cultural Revolution destroyed a lot of it. The 1949 revolution, the nationalists took a lot of it to Taipei. Where is the division between those two parts?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm quickly thinking, I'll go back. Just close your eyes. Sorry about the dizzy. I don't like doing that. I usually can, I'm much more skillful if it's my own computer. But it's true. Pre-contemporary art is already in museums. The Met, Kansas City has wonderful, not Kansas City, Nelson Atkins has a great collection. Shanghai Museum, not to be mistaken with what I showed in this presentation, has a great collection, and the Palace Museums in Beijing. And of course, in a show of governmental power, the Palace Museum is opening a Palace Museum in Hong Kong to show Beijing's Palace Museum's objects in the West Kowloon Culture District. But actually, this couple, the couple that famously went from rags to riches, the taxi driver who purchased that chicken cup and drank out of it the day he won the auction, also buys historic art that is available. And of course, some of them are disputed to be authentic or not by museum. The Shanghai Museum has actually said, you just bought for $36 million a fake, and he says, and I actually asked my students, what is the role of fakes after they go to, I asked them to try to see what the difference between it is. Why is this? And because copies is also a form of sort of reproduction that has been an aesthetic theme in art history as well, particularly in Buddhism, because the more copies you make, the more merit you make. So there was a cultural reason for copying as well, or religious, really. But this couple actually shows on 4 floors. One of them is his. They do buy if they can, but they're just not very available. And there's a lot of museum laws like provenance. When was this acquired? If you don't have the paperwork, people don't actually want to. You shouldn't actually consign it. Like no dealer who's legitimate will want to consign it, I think.
I'm just curious how much the tea you put in a $10 million.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. Other questions? Way over here and then over here.
Thank you. I'm going to ask this, but I'm not very familiar with the art world to the full extent. But from what you presented today, I'm seeing that it seems like China as a whole is investing heavily into art, whereas my perception is that the United States is divesting in education and in other means. So I'm just wondering, how would you compare the cultural fabric between China and the U.S., or is my perception even part of reality in that respect?
I do hear a lot of comments that culture and however much it's being invested in and therefore monetized is a major part of these institutions. I think in part to reclaim some of the artifacts that are overseas, but also to show itself as a soft world superpower. Maybe it seems to show a friendlier side. But according to Xu Zhen, the brand Xu Zhen, it may be tasty, but but do not be seduced, he says, of his own state potentially, or state, capitalist state. So I think your impression is, I agree with it, and I would like to know more, but it's always hard to know.
Yeah, I love the little supermarket, the Shuzhen Chaosher, and those various products, which of course reminds people of Warhol and things like that.
So thank you so much for the great overview of the tendency of contemporary art in China. It was really informative. I loved it. And my question is, I saw the expansion of number of museums for the last 2 decades, I guess, if I correctly remember that. So what I'm curious about is whether there is a public, the general public's interest actually has gone up, kind of correlated to the number of expansion of the number of the galleries. And because what I feel like is a lot of times I hear lots of news that the people with money, the wealthy people, actually make or purchase a lot of art pieces, or they create museums in order to hide money. So I'm just kind of curious, two things, right? Whether general public's interest went up, or there's another reasons why there are like a lot more museums for the last 2 decades.
Right. It's true. On any given day, if you go, it's very empty. So it's about, I've quoted one as 9,000 square meters large, those new museums, but there's not that, there's just empty artworks and not many people engaging with it. And so I can't say for sure, but there are some artists who do try to take everyday objects and work them and maybe, what would you call it, popularize them. So would it be possible to go to the 37th slide? No, I'm not sure if he's, actually just one example is that the Maiden Company, under the brand of Shuzhen, so now the artist has disappeared. It's okay. Just quickly, if you're looking at this vase, you can just buy these replicas for fun in a show of sort of spectacle and collective participation in the art market. But also this one, right? I think there's a lot of new media art. One from Guangzhou called Cao Fei, who's a very young artist trained in Guangzhou. She actually borrows a lot of motifs from anime and augmented reality and has an avatar. So there's this one about China Tracy, who is the protagonist in a video. I couldn't find I can't stream the whole thing. It was showing in Hong Kong, but it's called Renminbi City, and just about kind of urbanized youth life ennui. I often think that youth participation is a form of popularization, and we talk about that in voting here in the U.S. But in terms, she's actually, I think, very much, because she is young herself. I think she was born in 1983, and she's actually sponsored a lot of her solo exhibitions are sponsored by that rich magnate, K11 Art Foundation, who made those art malls. So say what you will about him creating spaces of consumption that house spaces of education. Again, I go back to sort of the commodification of knowledge, or the fact that education also comes at a price. And so it's kind of a system that I have a hard time working through myself. But I think, yes, I do think that it has some popular, even the M. Woods Museum is founded by a young collector who bought his first piece of art when he was 16, when he was still in Beijing or something.
I would like to just hang out and hear a whole lot more. Unfortunately, we need to stop, but we can't stop without properly thanking Dr. Huang.
Thank you, Ellen. All right, so just some logistical things. Thank you, Ellen. We're going to have Devin just explain before you go on the break, just for 2 minutes. He's going to just remind you, because after the break, we're going to go into the break rooms. So I'm going to put up a slide that tells you who's in what room, and we'll just have them stand up really quickly. The facilitators, so Yunji's here, and that's middle school, right middle school social studies, and Courtney Caldwell, high school, 9th and 10th grade, yeah. And coming in the door, Adam Kubi, he's thinking why? Adam Kubi, grades 11 and 12, and Ling Ling Chern, Chinese language and culture, and Devin's going to be leading one group, so whoever else wants to be, whatever. And so there'll be 5